They say, you know, that Barbados is the gem of the Caribbean. And among those who are well-traveled, you'd be hard-pressed to find a dissenting voice. It's a gem polished over time by the hard work, the enterprise, the kinetic energy of a people who know how to love, how to pray, and how to party. It's party day here at the Garrison Savannah. What a party is in store for us. The 40th running of the Sandilands Barbados Gold Cup. They say the Melbourne Cup is a race that stops the nation. This race does more than that. It stops the nation. It brings the nation together here at the Garrison Savannah. Fanfare, revelry, pomp and pageantry. And at this early stage on the race card, the stands already suffused in color. Good afternoon, my name is George Davis. I'm working alongside a crack team on air and off air, the very best of the very best, assembled for the best of race days in this part of the world. Patrick Salt Bellamy, a household name among broadcasters in these parts, is with me. The lady, the international lady of cricket, or the international woman of cricket, Alex Jordan, Caitlin Alexander Jordan. They say that's what's written on her paper of birth, but the brand name is Alex Jordan, and we'll work with that. Let me go to Salt first. Salt, today is as massive as race days get. The Bajans are out because they're expecting something special again.
Good afternoon, George. Good afternoon, watchers, viewers, listeners, everyone. Welcome to the Garrison Savannah. It is the biggest day on the race calendar for Barbados, and I'm so excited to be here with you all guys on SportsMax Live. The home champions, we're going to come with champion today.
Woohoo! Absolutely. So, Alex, you've been all over the world covering the biggest cricket tournaments, big events, big stars. But you'd be hard-pressed to find an event that has the same spirit of bonhomie and goodwill that is here at the Garrison today.
Bonhomie. Lovely, George Davis. While you guys run for your dictionary, I will just concur with my friend and say that is the thing about the Garrison Savannah and this particular day, the Barbados Gold Cup. Of course, it's for Sport of Kings fans. It's about horse racing, but it's much bigger than that. It's a hugely social day. It's a day on the social calendar. I'm going to be your eyes and ears in and around the grounds, the finest fashion, the hottest people who are here. Everybody, anybody should I say, who is anybody, is right here. So it does have this combination of like not only a big sporting event, big social event for Barbadians.
A quick question, Alex. Do you think I would stand a chance in the suit of the day competition?
If only my guy could give a little full view of what George has on, right? If the camera could just show your full attire.
They'll see it later on the race card. They'll see it later on the race card.
I think that you're in the runnings.
There you go.
Definitely in the
I'm a contender.
You are
like Marlon Brando. There you go. Salt, here's the thing though. Driving in today, my driver took me through Britton Hill. So we came that side. And I was shocked. Now, I've seen racing live and on TV in many parts of the world. I've seen it in South Africa. I've seen it in North America. I've not seen it in the UK yet. And, of course, in the Caribbean. I've never seen a race day or a race that brings people out picnicking, people parking their cars early, going back home, taking the bus, coming back because they want to ensure that when they're ready to leave, they have their vehicle at their disposal. I've never seen so much of a country congeal around a race day as I've seen today at the Garrison.
It's testament to how popular horse racing is, not only in this area but across the entire island. Britton Hill is home to a number of champion jockeys who have been produced and harness their skill right here at the Garrison Savannah. So Britton Hill for sure, Bearland, all of those surrounding areas, and then the entire country then. It's the biggest race in the Eastern Caribbean. So we want to see who's going to win, and then everyone has their favorites. I like what y'all guys were saying about the community is because it's everyone. It's every single demographic, from the very rich to the very poor, the very young to the very old. Everyone feels as though they have a stake in the races. And we're getting ready for one of the features of the day as well.
Yeah, the sprint, which dominates the Andrew Busher, beg your pardon, Anthony Baba, Andrew Busher Nunes, the older brother, has the favorite in the event. But Alex, the fact of the matter is, we were speaking off camera about the novelty of the Garrison, whereby it's an open racetrack and anybody with an interest can just walk and share in the festivities.
It's unique, isn't it? It really is a unique place. Obviously, it's also UNESCO World Heritage Site,
yes.
the Garrison Savannah and its surroundings, for a number of reasons. I'll be telling you more about that this afternoon. But yes, the access, right? People can be right up close to the horses, can, like you say, wander across and watch from the other end. So this is a wonderful part of our race product in Barbados, that there is accessibility to everyone and anyone. And it's such a lovely atmosphere. Locals and tourists interact in a real relaxed atmosphere. Don't you feel it, George? Can you feel the bon ami?
I can feel it. I can feel it. And I tell you what, as a lad, reading about the Cockspur Gold Cup as it was
back
before,
then,
and then transitioning into the Sandrian Gold Cup, the fact is, it's something I've always wanted to be a part of, more than vicariously, rather than reading from a book and reading from a newspaper report after the race. I've always wanted to share in it. So I say that to say, I would almost pay my way to share in this experience, and it's a distinct pleasure of mine. It's a distinct pleasure of my Bajans to be here sharing in this with you, this national good that you're sharing with the world, Patrick.
And the first one since 2020 at that as well. So we're happy to have you here. The point y'all guys were making about the horses being so close to the spectators is a really good one. It's something that we always look at here when it comes to imported horses, because it's a little different for them to have people so close to them and the spectators all around the course, but I think it makes really well for the atmosphere of the horse racing at the Savannah.
Well, I can tell you, viewers, that what will happen is that, as Alex told us, she'll be speaking to the important people. Salt and I will be speaking to each other, so we'll have to make do with each other. We'll be doing the analysis for you for the races leading up to the big race and an extensive preview of the big race. And Alex, Barbados Tourism Marketing Inc., BTMI, they've spared no expense. They've pulled out all the stops, and one of our good friends, even though he's a Liverpool supporter, he's still a very good friend, Dominic Hill, he's the man running the Sandrian Gold Cup Village here, and that's where the food and the entertainment and a special piece of Europe and North America brought and given a Caribbean glaze.
Oh, it's gorgeous. You can't just wander into that, George. I'll tell you that for free. No, it's a fantastic thing. I mean, many firsts for this particular Gold Cup, including the first one under lights.
First one under lights, yeah.
And this is a first for the Gold Cup Village, so I'm really looking forward to getting across there, having a look at what it has to offer, and of course, seeing all the fancy people in there, George. I'll tell you about it, mate.
Yeah, please,
I'll report back.
Yeah, you report back to me. So the fact is, you mentioned it earlier, that we're getting ready for the secondary feature on the day, which is the sprint.
Yeah.
And it has a horse that I heard you in conversation casually yesterday saying, well, look, this is the best horse in Barbados, even though it's a sprinter.
Over the distance,
Dominus, and it's trained by Andrew Busher Nunes. Now, for those of you watching from outside of Barbados, Andrew Busher Nunes is a legend as a trainer, was made before he came to Barbados, but oh, how the man has done well since he moved his operation here, because after winning the Derby in Jamaica with Restless Babe and winning big sprint races with Owen Taylor, striking up a tremendous partnership with the late Senator Charles O. Williams, they call him Cow Williams in these parts, he has gone several levels above where he was in Jamaica, and he has Dominus in this event. Patrick, tell us about Dominus.
Dominus is just a really impressive horse. He's running off in this race, horse number 8, so I urge anyone watching to look out for horse number 8. A dominant horse. You cannot get him beat. So I think we're going to have here right now is 11 horses all trying to beat Dominus. Any other owner than one of the owners told me he thinks he has a good chance. I'm not going to mention him now, but if he does come through with it, I will be sure after the race to let y'all guys know that he did come through.
Alex, here's the thing. Sport is such a wonderful, multi-layered thing, so that you don't have to be an expert to come and enjoy. You've seen it with cricket. You know it better than us, because you've gone where you go where we can only see on TV. Yeah, but you can transpose the cricket experience of someone casually interested and coming and getting an experience that makes them a lifelong fan.
Right.
There are many people, Alex, I'm assuming, who would have traveled here today who've never experienced this before, who will be die-hard Gold Cup fans from this day forward.
Absolutely. The entire experience is what we're talking about. It's not simply just the horse racing, it's the being here among people, the sense of excitement and anticipation in the crowds, but then also their own level of appreciation of horse racing. So where you guys know the breed, you know from whence they come, and you know some of them are like, I like the name Dominus.
There you go.
Dominus it is. Right, and they can enjoy it on their own level and out the back of their cars, along the side of the railings there. So it's a fantastic, and there's fun fun for the whole family, something I say often. This is literally fun for the whole family because, everyone can be here and enjoy on their level,
Absolutely.
You don't have to be an expert.
You don't have to be an expert to enjoy it. Patrick, the fact is that today is the first since COVID, as you mentioned.
Yes.
When we were here the last time, Night Prowler and Jalon Samuel were winning. Jalon Samuel, his 5th Gold Cup victory, putting him ahead of some legends, Venice Pappy Richards, and of course Patrick Bummel Husbands, who's here. I saw Bummel earlier, Alex. He came in 4th on a horse that really didn't give him much of a chance, but at least he's getting the cobwebs out of the way. But I mentioned Jalon Samuel and Night Prowler and the last Gold Cup we had, Salt, to say that this year's event, what we see here today, it is already something worth waiting for in the time that COVID forced us to stay indoors.
It definitely is, and we see all of the quality jockeys coming into Barbados for this race today. As you mentioned, Patrick is here, Kyle Carter is here, Jalon is here, Ray Williams is here. So it's looking like a real jockeys race. A lot of people don't know the horses, so that's why people will bet jockeys. Some people even bet in what color the horses, the silks are. So we have all kinds
science,
of
the best science here.
Yep. All right, let's hold it right there. We're ready for the the co-feature event, the sprint. We expect Dominus to do well. Let's go to our commentator.
Barbados is particularly excited about the Gold Cup coming back. It's fantastic to have and just not the horse racing fraternity, but everyone who is involved in some regard to something to do with sports and understand horse racing. And it's quite interesting. Even my daughter is dancing in the Gold Cup, so it's a lot of excitement all around. Well, we have an open track. We're one of the few places in the world that you have an open track. So from the time you're a little boy, your parents used to bring you to the track as a kid. So you actually, many people grew up around the horse racing track. So I anticipate that we will get a massive crowd. If I was to take a gamble and be a betting man, aka horse racing, I would say that the crowd will probably be as big as the years of Ben Tom and Sanford Prince, where we had those 2 champion horses. Well, I had this idea from about 2016, to be honest. I came on board with it a little bit, you get a little bit of nervousness when you're putting on an event at this size. And I kept putting it off, and then COVID hit, and I used that as an excuse not to do it. Now that the Gold Cup is back, and there's so much excitement, I said, let me give it a try. And it is a lot of planning, a lot of execution. It is an idea, traveling all over the world is an idea that I've seen both in the US and in England, especially Royal Ascot, where they have what is called a village enclosure. And I've been here and I said this could possibly work in Barbados, but a bit of a Caribbean flair, of course. Not so much the fancy dress hat and the fascinators and the tails, but more of a Caribbean style. And the response has been very good. So basically everything is included. Your food, we have Barbados Food and Rum top chefs who will be doing the catering. We have Barbados Food and Rum mixologists, so they'll be mixing their fancy, sexy drinks. Those ones that have all these pretty basil and all kinds of nutmeg and stuff in them. Then we have our own special decking booth, area where you can actually view the races. We're right up against the rail as well. So we have an area called the front row. So if you wanted to leave your lounge furniture and come right up against the rail to see the racings, you can. We have our own betting booth. So you actually, it's full, everything is there. You don't actually have to leave the area at all. Everything is included. Free Wi-Fi from our sponsors. We have exclusive parking, shuttle service that'll bring you straight from the parking directly to the event, music, and everything is included.
best young talents European teams have to offer go head-to-head on the biggest stage. Watch the UEFA Youth League all season long on your home of champions. Football fans, how's your knowledge of the Jamaica Premier League? Put it to the test and win weekly giveaways when you play JPL Trivia Fridays. Questions are based on JPL matches played the previous week and can be answered via our social media pages using the hashtag JPLTF. Fridays just became more exciting with JPL Trivia Fridays.
Join the growing number of scene subscribers and keep in touch with everything from the Caribbean, including the ISA schoolboy football season, exclusive from Jamaica. Call your cable operator and ask for Scene TV via Optimum in the Northeast US market and Bell & Rogers in Canada, or come straight to the source at www.scene.tv and pay $4.99 a month. Be at home away from home. Subscribe today.
Preston North End, Cardiff City, Saturday, March 11, 10 a.m., 11 ECT, only on SportsMax. UEFA Europa League round of 16 begins with first leg action March 9. Watch it live on your home of champions. SportsMax and SportsMax 2 got you covered. 12:45, 1:45 p.m. ECT, and final game kickoff 3 p.m., 4 p.m. ECT.
At the same time, Dominus finished third. Jocular winning with the Rocco Boyne. An upset, Patrick?
A massive upset, not only that, but setting the Garrison ablaze today. You saw the entire crowd come alive then, because as I told you, everyone wanted to see whether Dominus could dominate on a big day. Unfortunately, came up a bit short. Running in third, I think it came out a bit too hard, and then we had quality jockeys aboard Jocular and Zaid, because Patrick Husbands would have been riding Zaid, who placed second. Disappointment for Dominus, but total congratulations to Jocular.
And we're seeing the replay here. Swung a bit wide into the straight under the right-hand stick now, Dominus from Ray Williams.
Yes.
But on the outside, Jocular closing him down with every stride. Bommel Husbands in between horses trying to get there. It was a blanket finish in the end, but Jocular on the outside, much the best.
Exciting finish, a very exciting finish at that. One of the things to note as well, speaking to the connections of Jocular before the Gold Cup, they also have Vividly horse number 1 in the Gold Cup, and a lot of people were questioning why they didn't send Jocular into the Gold Cup, because they thought he had a good chance in there, and they opted for the Spa Sprint, and evidently it was the correct choice.
Absolutely so. Speaking of big jockeys, Patrick, I don't want us to not acknowledge a very special man who is here with us today riding. He's had 2 rides so far, both rides finished in the Ruck. Talking of none other than Sean Levy, who became the first black jockey to win a classic race in Britain when he piloted Bilston Brook for trainer Richard Hannon to win the 1,000 guineas. He's had about 4 Group 1 successes in the UK, including Bilston Brook. And I'm saying that a jockey like that, he was born in Swaziland.
Okay.
His parents worked at Ballydoyle in Ireland, the world famous Ballydoyle operation where Aidan O'Brien, arguably the greatest trainer in world horse racing, ran that operation. So he grew up at Ballydoyle, was apprenticed there, didn't find enough opportunities to suit him, so he went over to the UK, and it's been successful for Sean Levy so far. He is here. The first black man to win a classic race in Britain is here riding on Gold Cup Day. A measure, Patrick, of how big Gold Cup Day is.
Gold Cup Day is big, and the Garrison Savannah being historic and having produced so many quality jockeys. A lot of the international guys like to come here just to test their skill, especially on this corner here, this corner here, we call it Paddock Bend.
Yes.
Yes, it's a very tricky corner, and a lot of jockeys want to test their merit here.
All right, before we look into race 6, Patrick, which is the next race up, it's the Bajan Blue Restaurant Trophy for West Indian bred 3-year-olds. It's going to be over 1,570 meters for a purse of $4,500. For a purse of $20,000, beg your pardon, including nominations of $4,500. Before we get to that, I want to talk about the track, the surface itself, because you know where I'm from. I'm not used to a track running in this direction, and of course a surface. We don't have a turf surface in Jamaica anymore. You used to have that back in the day, but not anymore, not for the longest while, not since Caymanas Park opened in 1959. And I walked the track yesterday, Patrick, and I was saying, this track, every race is about jockeyship, because it's effectively an oval that the horses are running around.
Always turning.
Yeah, which is why I was saying to my producer who walked the track with me that it's a reason for the refrain from the commentator, there are no more turns when they come into the stretch, because it literally is that. And it's a track that you have to know where you are at all times. You have to be saving ground all the time, because you can be on a very good horse, Patrick, but the nature of the track means that if you have bad track position, you're not going to get home in front.
If you snooze, you lose at the Garrison Savannah. That's the honest to God truth. And as I said, it's all about jockeymanship. It's all about making sure you have your horse in the correct position, and you have to listen not only to the trainers but the real birds. You can see here, as probably is the case of most race tracks, the guys that hang around the track, they know it very well, and they can often give you a pick, and they can also give you a strategy that would work depending on the type of horses in the race as well, because as you know, there are horses for courses, and you have to be a special kind of horse to run on this course.
Absolutely so. And so you walking just after leaving the backstretch, as we see a replay here of race 5, the Spa Sprint. The fact of the matter is I happened upon the gradient, the hill that is referred to in commentary most.
The rising ground.
The rising ground. And you have to have a particular track position right there as well. So there's so many things for a jockey to consider to bring a horse home in front.
And the time that you actually launch the horse is very important here at the Garrison Savannah as well. Some people tend to launch back by the 9 furlong pole. Some people like to wait a little longer till they get around by the clock tower to make their bid. But because the home stretch is so short, it's just over for a long, you have to make sure you are in the right position when there are no more turns.
Absolutely so. A pun intended there.
Yes.
So Dominus just running out of gas in deep stretch and caught napping at the line. Jocular on the outside, winning the Spa Sprint, the Sandilands Spa Sprint, and Zaid with Patrick Husbands finishing second for trainer Cozier.
I think one of the things that would have played a part there just now as well would be the stretch drive by Rocco Bowen. He's an excellent finisher. He's an excellent closer of a jockey. And then we also saw Patrick in between the two horses coming through with a strong stretch drive as well. So I think strength of jockey played a big part in that finish just now.
Excellent. All right, we are set to talk about the Bajan Blue Restaurant Trophy. No apprentice allowance in this race. There were 9 horses declared, but number 4 Pace has been scratched from the event, leaving us at this time with a field of 8 to face the starter. And if we go through them individually, Patrick, he's the one, number 1 from, out of Show Me the Money, 3-year-old baby called Show Me the Money, Scarlet Ann by John Bryan. He is trained by Lovell and to be ridden by Jalon Samuel. Ridden by Rocco Bowen. Rocco Bowen from Lovell Stables. Ridden by Rocco Bowen, fresh off the victory in the Sandilands Spa Sprint. How do you rate his chances?
Well, I like him a little bit. This is a competitive field here. I like him a little bit, but I don't like him as much as some that we're going to get to a little later.
All right, what about another bullet, number 2, for a 3-year-old by Copy That, Santa Marta, In Our Wildest Dreams. Dean is the trainer and the jockey for another bullet, Antonio Whitehall.
Yeah, so Whitehall is a good friend of mine, so I have a bit of a soft spot for him. And before the commercial break, I would have mentioned an owner that told me he had a chance in the previous race.
Yes.
He's the owner of this horse, and he told me to look out for another bullet. So I would put him in my placings, not in my winnings.
All right, Indelible is number 3 out of Aristodemos, a former Gold Cup winner out of Just Dance by Surya Bagwan, trained by Dean, and Indelible to be ridden by Antonio Whitehall.
No, this will be ridden by Rashid Hughes.
Rashid Hughes, or
Rashid Hughes will be riding this horse, and he's a champion jockey here at the Garrison Savannah. So, former champion jockey and a former winner of the Sandy Lane Gold Cup as well. I expect in this one to run out.
All right,
of the field.
out of the frame. All right,
Yeah.
so we told you that number 4, Pace, is a scratch from the event. What about number 5, Amaretta by Rockamador, out of Rebound by Boomerang? The trainer is Dean, and I'm getting it right this time. One of my favorite jockeys, the veteran, Anderson Tom Trotman in the saddle.
In one of these broadcasts today, we're going to have to discuss the fact that Tom doesn't have a ride in the Gold Cup. I think that may also be testament in this race. I'm not expecting much above this from this horse either.
There you go. And effectively, Patrick has said that jockeyship on this track on this day, it's a young man's game, so that may be a part of it. Northern Lady is number 6 out of Northern Star Lady Dancer, pen in hand. Joseph is the trainer of Northern Lady, and Daniel is the man in the irons.
A nice filly, and I'm expecting decent things from her mid-pack.
All right, Everlay is number 7 out of Aston Martin, a full circle by Captain Charlie, bred by Peter Odell. A groom is Diego Kelman, and owner is Melrose Racing. Lovell, the trainer of number 7, and Prescott, the man in the saddle.
A winner last time out. This one is on my top line.
On your top line. Yes. All right, number 8, Major Dan Ray Williams in the saddle for trainer Bino. Baycoat by Ashdan, Golden Moment out of Surya Bagyan, owned by Sir David Seal, bred by Sir David Seal, and the groom is Ronnie Tratman. Sir David Seal, of course, legendary because he has owned 8?
I believe it's 8. At least won 8 times.
Of the Gold Cup. Yeah. 8 winners of the Gold Cup, Sir David Seal. Absolutely fantastic. So what about this horse, Major Dan, in this race?
Major Dan is a good horse. When speaking to the owner of another bullet, I asked him what he thought of Major Dan. He told me, well, that's the one I'm looking at. So I have him in my trifecta as well. All right, and on the outside, widest of the ball in the 9 box is Matilda by Kit Fisto, Coral Lady by Atul, bred by Audley Ellis, owned by Kishon Greenwich. Well, owned by Miss Renee Greenwich, groom Kishon Greenwich. Victor Cheeseman is the trainer, and Mr. Walcott is in the saddle. Rico Walker, a former winner of the Sandy Lane Gold Cup as well, of excellent jockey, excellently rated horse in this field, coming from the wide post, so we'll see how he handles that, but I'm expecting good things from him. All right, so from our vantage point, our broadcast point, we're seeing the horses being saddled in the paddock, just in our shot, trying to pick out which number is having the tack fitted. That's number 2. Yeah, that's number 2. That will be another bullet. Another bullet, Antonio Whitehall for trainer Dean. So pretty soon, that one will be entering the racetrack proper. So we've gone through the 8 runners here. Give me your first 4 in order, your top 4 in order. My first 4 in order. Order is a bit of a tricky thing here at the Garrison Savannah, but I will go with Matilda from Major Dan, from Everly, and then a 4th place I would give it to another bullet. All right, so 1,570 meters, Patrick. You've seen many a race here at the Garrison over time. If you have a horse with pace, how do you ride the 1,570 meter course? The thing about the 1,570 meter, we call it the 7.8 furlong race here at the Garrison Savannah. It starts from the chute up by the play park, right up there by the George Washington House. So they have the stretch run first before they hit the paddock bend. So if you're a front running horse, as we expect for Tom Trotman to be doing here, you have to break on top and you have to get to the front of the field before the midway point of the home stretch and take this corner as easily as possible and then try to accelerate beyond the 5. Yeah. So that's what the front runner should be doing here. For the foreign jockeys who haven't even had the luxury, the benefit of exercising on this course, and they come here cold to ride, what do you anticipate the most common mistakes they make would be on this course, on this track? Well, see, a jockey is a jockey, and it's very rare to find a jockey that would come here to ride without giving himself a test to ride first of all. So I've never really encountered that. But what I would say one of the mistakes that they could make is underestimating or overestimating the length of the track, I should say, where you might think you have more time than you actually do. Because even though it's the same distance and you have the markers, they creep upon you. They tend to creep upon you there.
There you go. All right, so a couple of the runners have entered the track already to get over to the main parade area in front of the stands. The grandstands sold out from very, very early. And I saw a sign that I came here yesterday. I came here yesterday morning, and there was a sign at the front to saying, no need to ask, absolutely no complimentary tickets.
Yes,
so
no need to ask. It's like they're getting in front of it because, you know, as Alex was saying, the Garrison Savannah is often heavily subscribed. A day like today is even more so. We have tourists all into this side of the stands. You don't normally see tourists down here. They're normally in the grandest side of the stands. So that's how early people were buying the tickets. And then there are a lot of people who will be accustomed. Man, George, man, you know me, man. None of that this time. None of that today.
I tell you what, when I came earlier, my producer took my ticket to exchange it for the armband that I'm wearing, the red armband. So he came back and said, no, they say you have to come physically so they can see you and put that armband on your hand themselves. Yes. So that's how strict it's running. All right, if we look at the field once again, Patrick, as we get closer to this Beige and Blue Restaurant trophy for West Indian bred 3-year-olds. Who is likely to, where's the pace point in this race? Who are the horses who will be prompting this pace over this 1,570 meter trip?
I can't say for sure, but I would look to Amaretta, being ridden by Tom Trotman, to be riding at the front. I can't tell you who will be coming off the pace other than I think Matilda will definitely be there in the end, as I mentioned earlier. So I expect Matilda to probably take it running around the guns if she comes through today.
Matilda raced on January 14, the run that she last has in the book. Ricky Walcott rode on that afternoon, beaten into second, a half a length behind pace over 1,100 meters. In that race, she carried 118 pounds, the same weight that she is allotted today. Matilda will be looking to go one better. The other horse in the race, well, we can tell you, your second choice in this race was?
My second choice in this race would have been Major Dan.
Major Dan. So Major Dan number 8, third by a length and 3/4 on the last occasion in that same race where Pace beat Matilda over 1,100 meters.
So you see what is happening here.
Yeah. but if you look at the run by Major Dan on that occasion on January 14. He was second by a head, then second by a neck, a furlong out, then at the finish third by a length and 3/4. So not really weakening, but just being run down by two horses who were stronger.
And one of those horses is not here.
One of those horses not here. That Space was scratched from the event. So renews rivalries with Matilda, beaten a length and a quarter by Matilda. On that afternoon, he gave Matilda 5 pounds, carried 123 pounds. Matilda carried 118. The same weight situation today.
5
but
pounds,
the difference is the journey. It was 1,100 meters the last time, 1,570 meters here today. Could that prove to be the difference in Major Dan finishing in front of Matilda?
Well, I'm not sure if that will work this time because of the fact you said she got not run down, but run past the last time. So I'm not sure if he's going to be able to last any longer today.
A couple of these horses were winners the last time we saw them. For instance, Northern Lady, the number 6 horse, we saw her on February 4 when winning by 2 1/4 lengths, beating Leah and Milk for You over the distance of 1,100 meters. Carried 118 pounds that day, back with 118 today. You expect improvement, but is the improvement you expect sufficient to see Northern Lady unsaddled in the winner's enclosure?
I'm going based on the rating of the horse here in this way and the competition that she would have beaten the last time. I don't think that competition will stand a chance against this field, so I don't think that Northern Lady stands much of a chance. Maybe talking too confidently here, though, you know, with horse racing you can never tell.
You can never tell. Well, maybe a better selection though, a better horse to consider is Everley, bred by Peter Odell, groomed by Diego Kelman and owned by Melrose Racing, because she beat Northern Lady the last time they met. That was on January 28 at 1,570 meters. So over today's trip, she put the wool over Northern Lady in that contest at level weights. Today, they're back at level weights again. So you expect the form to hold where these two are concerned.
Everley, I expect a lot from, especially because I have a lot of time for the jockey. Enrico Busboy Prescott is aboard that horse, and he has proven himself to be a capable jockey here at the Garrison Savannah, and a big day jockey at that. So I'm really expecting good things. But what we should look though to see if Pierce has any horses in this race, because he's been doing really well. He's been hot today. I've not seen his name as a trainer for any of these horses, so I'm going to go with Cheeseman.
For the 5 races that we've had so far, Victor Cheeseman has won 3 of them. So he already... Victor Cheeseman is the trainer of Matilda, who just walked past me, so I have Victor Cheeseman in my head. Yeah. Robert Pierce has won 3 of the 5 races so far. He's had his hat trick already. He will hope he hasn't peaked too early because he's not interested in any of these races. He wants the big races later on in the car. But I just saw walking past Matilda with bandages on the 2 hind legs. I was looking at how heavy they were. I didn't get a handle to see whether those were heavy bandages, suggesting that they were serious issues. Sometimes the trainers wrap those hind legs to prevent the brushing when the horse is galloped. So prevent the horse brushing those legs and getting cut is sometimes a reason for those bandages. But I don't think that there are any concerns about Matilda's fitness sufficient to worry about those bandages.
I don't have any concerns about the bandages. I think that she wears them every time out. So, and that's a hallmark of the trainer as well. He's a very good rapper. So Victor likes to rap the horse as well.
All right, so we're looking at the parade. We just saw numbers 2 and 3, Another Bullet and Indelible. What we're going to do now, we're going to take a break here from our coverage of the Sandiland Barbados Gold Cup Day here from the Garrison Savannah. We've heard from Dominic Hill at the Gold Cup Village earlier, and we've told you what has happened in terms of the races that have been run so far. Robert Pierce winning 3 of the 5 races so far. Will Victor Cheeseman get his name on the board? His horse is favored to win the 6th event. We take a break. We'll be back with more after these.
The best young talents European teams have to offer go head-to-head on the biggest stage. Watch the UEFA Youth League all season long on your home of champions.
Fear you're missing out? Don't miss another event with SportsMax. Enjoy full live content on our YouTube channel. Keep up to date with all things sports. Rewatch highlights of your favorite zone moments. Join our community and share in the passion of sports viewers everywhere. Like, comment, share, and subscribe to the SportsMax YouTube channel today.
UEFA Europa League round of 16 begins with first leg action March 9. Watch it live on your home of champions. SportsMax and SportsMax 2 got you covered. 12:45, 1:45 p.m. ECT, and final game kickoff 3 p.m., 4 p.m. ECT.
On Saturday, Detroit Pistons battle the Cleveland Cavaliers. 7:30 p.m., 8:30 p.m. ECT on SportsMax.
What a goal that is!
Preston North End, Cardiff City, Saturday, March 11, 10 a.m., 11 ECT, only on SportsMax.
Football fans, how's your knowledge of the Jamaica Premier League? Put it to the test and win weekly giveaways when you play JPL Trivia Fridays. Questions are based on JPL matches played the previous week and can be answered via our social media pages using the hashtag JPLTF. Fridays just became more exciting with JPL Trivia Fridays.
Out of the top 5, Derby County hope to start their trek back up the table.
Derby fired up and ready to go.
They play away to second place Plymouth, who are just 3 points off the top.
It flew past him, perfectly placed.
Plymouth, Derby County from Home Park. Watch this English League One showdown on Tuesday, 3 p.m. 4 ECT on SportsMax Plus.
Welcome back to the Sandy Lane Barbados Gold Cup coverage here on SportsMax, your home of champions. I'm sitting now with a special individual, a man who knows a thing or two or three about winning the Sandy Lane Barbados Gold Cup. His name is Atty Joseph. He's the older brother of Safi Joseph Jr. And Atty, of course, when he won the Gold Cup, the horse that carried his conditioning to victory was a Peace Envoy. Atty, very good for you to stop by, and good afternoon to you.
Hi, good afternoon.
Right. Gold Cup Day is very special for you and for the family. Safi has 2 horses running in the big race later, American Diamond and, of course, Tallahatchie Bridge. In terms of the 2 horses, how well are they going into the big race?
Well, since they came in, both horses have worked very well. They're eating well. They look well, handling the track well, so I think they're ready to go.
Right. Insofar as expectation is concerned, when you look at the competition, there are 9 good horses in the race, 9 solid horses. If your horses run up to their expectation, what kind of result are you anticipating?
Well, the Gold Cup this year is probably one of the stronger fields. They only have 9 rather than 12, but they're 9 good horses. They're Sir David Seal's horse that was actually trained by my brother, Renaissance Frolic. He's actually the highest rated horse in the race. But Tallahatchie Bridge is a young horse, youngest in the field. He's 4. He's open to improvement, as they were saying, horse racing. He has scope. All the others, their form is in the book. They are what they are. They're high class, but he's the only horse open to more improvement.
The Garrison Savannah track is not those typical tracks in North America and in the Middle East. Now they're building the tracks there, and even in the UK, these big sweeping turns. It's tight. It's really a jockey's race. Do you expect that you have well, in Patrick Husbands, I know you have a genius. American Diamonds jockeys know is not chopped liver either. Do you expect that it again will be a jockey's race, this Barbados Gold Cup?
Well, the benefit is that all the top riders are in the Gold Cup. So despite it's a tight course, you're not going to have guys that are going to ride wild. They're all professionals the best Barbadian riders, whether they're based here or came in from overseas, are all involved in this year's Gold Cup, which is a plus.
Yes, indeed. Ati, what does it take to train a Gold Cup winner? Is it that a large element of luck is involved, or is it meticulous preparation, bringing a horse to be ripe at the right time?
Well, that last statement is very correct, which a lot of people don't take. Having your horse peak for any big race at the right time is very important, because they're just like with a normal athlete. You can overtrain, you may come in the race, you may have done your best at exercise, so the idea is to get the horse a good blowout before the race, and then you just keep them ticking over going into the actual race.
Absolutely so. And lastly, the success for your younger brother is tremendous in Gulfstream, one of the top trainers, not just at Gulfstream Park, but in the entire North America. The family name is, the flag is being flown very, very high. When you come home to Barbados and you see this kind of support for the Sandy Lane Barbados Gold Cup, what does it mean for you to be drinking in this experience?
Well, Barbados is always and will always be home. My brother is someone that a lot of people, like in Jamaica, they say you go foreign, they want to get away, but my brother misses everything about Barbados. He worked very hard for years. For the first 6-7 years, even though he was winning, horses weren't coming, but he kept going to owners, give me a chance, give me a chance. Got key winner there in the Pennsylvania Derby with Math Wizard. That was a horse that they claimed for only $25,000, and it won the Grade 1, and that was also an NBC race, so it was national television, and that got the ball rolling. And from there, with the grace of God, no looking back. So it's now onwards and upwards.
Yeah, I was riding with White Mario in the Derby the last time, but I had a rough trip. And, there were a couple of horses better, but racing is what it is. Ati, I want to thank you for speaking with us today. And I wish you all the best. And, I wish you success for the rest of the day.
Thank you very much.
Excellent. Ati Joseph here, the younger brother, the older brother of Safi Joseph Jr. and the Joseph family have a strong interest in the Sandy Lane Barbados Gold Cup, with American Diamond and Tallahatchie Bridge among the favorites. Well, Tallahatchie Bridge is the morning line favorite for the event, in the hands of the General Patrick Bummel Husbands. Thank you very much.
Sean Hazelwood, no race horse number 1. He's the one, and goes to post with a weight of 123 pounds. This is the property of BS Stables, trained by Ramel Lovell, and they've drawn position number 1. Number 2 is Another Bullet, owned by A&A Racing, trained by Richard Dean. Rears a Nasal Dilator, ridden by Antonio Whitehall, 123 pounds. As we look downstairs, I pause. We can have the trophy presentation for race number 5. The trophy being presented by Tracy Archer, spa director at Sandy Lane Hotel, and she's presented the trophy to the connections of Jocular. This is the owner, Mr. Darwin Clark, the connections of Jocular and trainer Charles Williams. The winning jockey is none other than Rocco Bowen. So many congratulations to Darwin Clark, the owner, Charles Williams, the trainer, Rocco Bowen, the winning jockey, and horse number 11, Jocular, for winning the 18th edition of the Sandy Lane Spa Sprint Stakes and Trophy over 1,100 meters. And thank you very much to Sandy Lane continued sponsorship, and Miss Tracy Archer, Spa Director at Sandy Lane Hotel. We continue with race number 6 in the earnest of making up some time. Horse number 3 is Indelible, owned by Sir David Seal, trained by Richard Dean, ridden by Rashid Hughes. Trained by Richard Dean, ridden by Rashid Hughes, 118 pounds. Number 5, Amaretta.
So, yes, race 6, we're picking up with the action. Matilda, Major Dan among the major players, well, the horses we expect to be major players in this event. Patrick Salt Bellamy has resumed his seat to my left, and we continue to build up to this race over 1,570 meters on this turf course here at the Garrison. Any insight you would have gotten in the time you left here when we were talking to Ati Joseph moments ago, Salt?
I was actually going to ask you if you got any insight from Ati Joseph. What I can tell you is that there was a disqualification in the Spa Sprint. It came over the notice. The horse that was ridden by Patrick Bummel Husband, Zaid, has been disqualified and placed 10th. What we have now is first place Jocula, second place is Dominus, third place goes to Azteca, and fourth place would now be horse number 2, the Code.
Yeah, so Bejan Azteca, third.
Bejan Azteca, third.
There you go. All right, Bejan Azteca gets third. And so how racing works, if the fact that Zaid passed the post second and was placed 10th means that the horse he interfered with finished 9th. So they placed him behind that horse.
Yes.
That's how he got 10th place. So bad luck for Patrick.
What we also had during that break was the arrival of the president of Barbados. She arrived and the national anthem was played at that time. So it's always good to see this. When we talk about pomp and pageantry, you mentioned earlier in the broadcast that everyone is here. Everyone is officially here now. The president is here.
Did you say hi to Dame Sandra?
I didn't say hi to her though, but I'm definitely going to see if I can get to say hi before we go.
There you go. All right. So the runners continue to parade in the main parade ring in front of the grandstand. The grandstand is jam-packed. Look, folks, everybody is here. All generations represented. The babies are here with their pacifiers. The parents are out. The young people are out. The veterans are here. Lovers of horse racing, people who are experts, the railbirds that Patrick spoke about. Those who are social butterflies having no clue what horse racing is all about, but they're here because they hear that the Gold Cup is a massive thing all out. And this thing, Patrick, from the days of you being a boy to this point, the Sandy Lane Barbados Gold Cup Day continues to deliver and deliver significantly.
And it continues to grow, and as you said, it's generational now, right? So what happens is that the support of a barn becomes almost tribal. You know that how if you have someone who is a Manchester United fan and they have a son, their son is automatically a Manchester United fan. If you have someone that's a fan of Calabar, let me bring back to Jamaica. Yeah, then you grow up in a Calabar house, you grow up in a Manchester United house. Here in Barbados, you grow up with the David Seal barn, you grow up with the Hopefield barn, or you grow up with the Cow Williams barn. So that's where it happens like that. Are people might come out supporting a particular jockey. And because they love that jockey, then they love the horses that the jockey rides, and then it goes on like that. And from the time these children are very small, they have their favorite jockeys, and these jockeys are childhood heroes. So in my time, I would have been looking at the Patrick Husbands because he would have been the young jockey then. These youngsters nowadays, they always talk about Jalon. They love themselves some Jalon. And just under them now, the babies, and my nephew now, he's talking about Rashid Hughes, who's a dominant jockey here at the Garrison right now, yeah.
Absolutely. So speaking of Patrick Husbands, he's been great for a long time, folks. Won the Gold Cup at age 16. He was born in May, so his 17th birthday would have been May. But of course, the Barbados Gold Cup, Saturday Barbados Gold Cup, traditionally run late February, early March. And so by the time he won as a 16-year-old, he would have been, well, he was 16 by the time he won the first race of the first of his 4 Gold Cups in the year 1990. All right.
It would have been 1990. Everyone was back in Sanford Prince.
Yes.
I was back in Vardar. I loved that horse, and I was so happy to see him bring it home that day, yeah.
Yeah, we're going to speak about them more, but Sanford Prince is one of 2 horses with the distinction of winning the Gold Cup 3 times. And,
yes.
and I'm not telling you history, I'm just reminding you of something.
Yes.
Blast of Storm, of course, unique distinction of winning 3 consecutive Gold Cups. Dorset went for 3 straight Gold Cups, but he fell at 2. Valiant, and I see several horses here bred by Dorset in the race program today. But Sanford Prince, a special horse, but that day, 1990, Bobel was the man who upset the apple cart.
And that is one of the things we're going to be looking at. We always say that the Gold Cup is a 4-year-old's race. So we're going to have to look at that when we're looking to pick our winners for the Gold Cup this year.
Yep, I think I have the winner, Patrick. I think I may have the winner.
Well, you just got the speed you got the speed to Ati, so you may have gotten a hint, yeah.
All right, so a drone shot here of the Garrison Savannah racetrack. We're looking at the starting gates. You can see the gates there at the top of the straight. The top of the straightaway, and that's where the horses will start this 1,570 meters contest from. And we told you that there were 9 horses declared, but only 8 will face the starter because Pace, who would have played a prominent hand in the outcome, one suspects that horse was scratched from the race.
I'm very interested to know why Pace is not in the race. I didn't realize that the horse was scratched before today after I saw the race sheet, and I would like to find out from one of the people on the ground. I'm trying to get that information for us before the end of the broadcast as to why Pace is not in the race. I checked through the butt to see if he was entered in another race. Didn't see him, so I don't know what happened.
All right, so the question here, Patrick, because many people watching this broadcast, the horse racing aficionados especially, you know that there are many people who will look at the betting and say, well, that horse is the lay of the day. It's overvalued. I'm not buying that. So they look at a race like this and say, well, if there's a horse likely to land the gamble at big odds, if there's going to be an upset in this race, if I have to take counsel from the gentleman on SportsMax about a horse who is going to win this race and cause the Garrison to fall into stunned silence beyond, of course, the connections jumping and celebrating, who will that horse be?
I'm looking at the board now to see what the odds look like for the horses, and I can't tell who's the favorite from our angle, so I can't really give you a factual answer there because I don't know who's the rank outsider. But it's always good to look at the horse that, the better jockey then in that case. If you're seeing a horse that doesn't have good odds but has a good jockey, it's a good way to look at it.
All right, so the sixth race just about to get on the way. West Indian bred 3-year-olds, a total purse of $20,000, divided 11,000, so 51% of the purse will go to the winner. The second place, 4,600, third, 2,800, and fourth, 1,600. And of course, folks, we're talking Barbados dollars here. Nomination fee of $775. The track record for 1,570 meters, folks, is held by none other than Night Prowler, our last Gold Cup winner. And Night Prowler won the Gold Cup at 8 years old, didn't he?
Yes, but again, jockeymanship playing an important and integral part that day on the race. And I remember a lot of people were looking at Renaissance Frolic in that race as well. Renaissance Frolic was also sent by David Seal, so David Seal that day. And Jalon opted to ride Night Prowler, and there were a lot of people questioning the decision. They're not going to question any decisions that Jalon makes after that race.
No, he's a five-star general. How can you question him, right? This race has exacta betting, trifecta betting, superfecta betting. Of course, exacta is to bet the first two past the post in exact order. Trifecta means that you're taking the first three home. Superfecta, it's the first four home in order. This race is also the point at which the first leg of the late pick four gets underway, and it's the second leg of the Barbados Lottery Soca 6. Patrick has about 15 live Soca 6 tickets still in his pocket.
Yes.
So he's hoping that number 9 Matilda comes home to
George,
keep him alive.
When they're talking Soca 6 today, for the first time ever, $100,000 to be won if you can accurately pick the 6 winners. So, of course, I have 15 tickets in my pocket, George. I'm playing the combinations, man.
There you go. All right, so we're drawing closer to race time. The patrons, some would passing over the track to get on the inside. They want a better vantage, or they want to find friends. That's what happens. When you were a boy, Salt, where on the Garrison would you be if you, as a boy today, where would you be today?
Today, what happens with me now, I travel around with the gates. We have 4 starting points, 3 of which are used more than, 5 actually. There's a 1,000 meter, which is 5 furlongs, 1,100 meters. There's also the 2,000 meter, the 10 furlong start, the 9 furlong start, and the 7.8 furlong start. What happens is I move around with the gates because I like to see the action at the start, and I also like the little banter with the jockeys and the handlers at the gate. So I move around with the gates. So normally at this point in time, I would be right there in that little triangle by the hut that you can see on the screen right now. I would be right there watching the proceedings and watching the loading, and it's a very exciting time at the Garrison when you're up there as well.
Excellent. All right, so we're getting closer to the start. The runners are under orders because the gates are being loaded.
I see one on the outside. I think that one is going to be loaded from the front. That looks like horse number 2, another bullet. They're going to loading him backwards, it seems, today. Sometimes they do that. Some of the horses prefer to be reversed in, and they don't like the look of the gates as they approach them, I would assume. I've never been a horse, so I don't know.
You've never been on a horse? Oh, my friend. I can tell you tales about falling and about other things. If you've never fallen off a horse, you've never really ridden a horse.
Really?
Yeah, and I've fallen several times. I can tell you that.
So we're going to see if they get another bullet loaded here, and we get the running of the race number 6, the Beijing Blue Restaurant Trophy.
Patrick did tell you that it's 7.8 furlongs if you're going by the old measure, and that translates to 1,570 meters. 8 furlongs, of course, translate to 1,600 meters, and 1,600 meters is 1 mile. So we're trying to get number 2 loaded, as Patrick said. It's the reverse trick that they're trying.
Yeah, because you would know as a horse racing fan as well, and for the listeners at home, the gates kind of become intimidating to some of the horses, and the loading process becomes intimidating. Sometimes you will see them opt to use blindfolds.
Yes, and the blankets on the back to replicate the closeness of the gates.
Yes, this one they seem to realize that reversing is the preferred method.
We're ready, it looks like, so we can go upstairs to our commentator now.
Yes, as soon as they get the gate closed.
Jock claims the board. They're under starter's orders. Racing, a little bit of bumping, a little slow to go was Indelible. And as they come up to shoot onto the main course, the one who's very prominent early is Everly. Also showing lots of speed is He's the One. So it's He's the One with the white blinkers, blue and gray jacket who leads. From Everly in the gray and green jacket. Matilda in the gray and black jacket is caught 3 wide. Between these is Major Dan. Down the inside is Another Bullet. Towards the outside is Amaretto in the yellow jacket. After a slightly hesitant beginning, Indelible is next, and the back marker is Northern Lady. The opening quarter completed in 25-3. They journey down the back stretch. Major Dan is the leader now. From Matilda on the outside, and on the inside of those horses is He's the One. Everly is next. A break of 2 lengths before we get to Amaretta. Down the inside, Another Bullet. Indelible, and Northern Lady still has all to pass. The half mile was completed in 50-2. They're at the top of the hill. They begin their run down towards the drill hall. And Major Dan is just the leader. From on the outside, Matilda. These two are heads apart. Indelible runs into 3rd. Amaretta 1 pacing in 4th. Northern Lady trying to close. Inside the quarter pole they come. And there are no more turns. And Matilda turns to the judge first, but on the outside, here's Indelible to ask a question. It's Indelible and Matilda. Indelible and Matilda. Matilda and Indelible. Indelible and Matilda at the were inseparable. Very close between Indelible and Matilda. Amaretta was best of the rest, and the winner came home in 137 flat.
Well, number 3, Indelible and number 9, Matilda. The judge will have to be called to separate them. Our advantages disadvantage us, Patrick, so we can't help the judge, but what do you think?
Well, we were looking at Matilda before the race. You had actually mentioned Indelible to me earlier, and I had written off the horse, but very well ridden. Stretch drive again, and we have to see what the judges are going to say when they've reached the photo finish now.
I suspect it may be the 3 horse, I suspect it may be the 3 horse who was finishing just the better, but the photo finish judge is now looking at his frame as they swing into the lane. Take me from this point in the race, Salt.
Yes.
So Matilda is in front.
Matilda is in front on the inside there, and we can see Indelible come in. Right. And the David Seal horse is moving though.
I think it may be number 3.
Yeah, it may be number 3.
Yeah,
maybe
number 3 got there. Yeah.
Maybe Indelible got up there to beat Matilda. As we said, Rashid Hughes, former champion jockey, multiple champion jockey at the Garrison. Jockeymanship coming again right there. And Matilda being ridden by Rico Walker. Those excellent stretch driver. That's what we come to the Garrison for. That's the excitement we come for. You heard the rise in the voices, the palpable shaking on the stands, because you can feel it. The electricity is in the air, George. I'm so excited. Another feature coming up.
Yeah, the fact is that in all kinds of horse racing, regardless of whether the turns are narrow or there are sweeping turns of the kind that are at Belmont Park in Elmont in New York, you have to save ground. And if you're drawn 9 and you have pace, you're going to have to come across to get good track position. And maybe in the post-mortem of this race, if it is indeed as we've called it, that Indelible has beaten Matilda, perhaps it is that the coming across for Matilda and the fact that to find good ground while Indelible was already drawn on the inside, that may have been the difference. The degrees, the varying degrees, the little details, Patrick, may be what has affected the outcome.
Something as simple as that can affect it. Just the extra distance that the horse would have to run in order to get onto the rail.
Yep. So I was just pausing there, viewers, to take in what our track announcer is saying. Amoretta, number 5, was 3rd, and Major Dan, a bit of a disappointment, finishing in 4th. 3, 9, 5, and 8. So Indelible beating Matilda, and then number 5, Amoretta, 3rd, and the 4th place horse, Major Dan. So that's
Major Dan fading, and I didn't like that about him.
So your superfecta dead, so Patrick?
Dead, man, dead. I did like Amoretta and I did like Major Dan, but I didn't factor in Indelible the way that you did. And I'm going to be listening to you in the Tanglewood.
All right, chalk up one for Rashid Hughes. Very well ridden. And again, Patrick, something that the viewers didn't see that we have to tell them about. Just as the jockeys came back to go to the unsaddling area, I saw the jockey of Matilda, Rico Walcott, shaking his head in the saddle. He was shaking his head because he realizes that maybe it could have been a different result.
It could have been a different result, yes. He knows it, we know it, everyone at the Garrison knows it. And again, it's that David C. Hopefield barn. So we want to be giant killers. Just after we just got rid of Dominus in the previous race, he could have shaken him off, but didn't happen.
Here's our replay here, Patrick, as they come past the stands for the first time. The leader tugging really hard on the steel. That's the number 1 horse. He's the one, but he faded quickly. And on the outside, look at the horse on the outside. That's the 9 horse trying to come around. So was caught 3 wide. Well, caught wide at every turn.
Wide already, yes.
So lost ground there.
And the jockey rash on Indelible, never giving him a chance to get on his
inside. Yes,
on his inside either. So that's a bit.
Jockeyship, you said it earlier.
I said all the time he's a wily jockey as well. He's young, but he's got all of the tricks in the book. As you watch them just coming around off of the racing ground as they approach what would be the start of the Sandy Lane Gold Cup, the 9 furlong pole. We can see the 2 of them out there and they're battling it out already. By this time, as we spoke about earlier in the broadcast, George, you have to be in position by now.
Yeah, so here's number 3. Number 3 is just joining them on the outside in the red noseband.
So that would be Major Dan fading and the other horse coming.
So number 9
again.
Number 9 swoops late, comes widest into the straight, and he has eyes only for the leader, has a bullseye on his back, now upsides him, and it's all about strength of horse and strength of jockey from this point.
By this time, Major Dan is fading. You can see the jockey is actually standing upright. He realizes the horse has nothing else to give. Hangs on for 4th, but that's why sometimes within the form, but may not be as inspiring as you would like it to be.
Yeah, maybe our commentator was making it seem a little bit closer than it actually was, because on the replay that looked to me like a long neck at the finish. I thought it was really heads up, maybe a short head in between, but it was a long neck. We're going to take a break right now and come right back with more. The next race on the card, Patrick, we can tell the viewers, the Tanglewood Stakes and Trophy. It's a grade 1 contest, 2,000 meters the journey for West Indian bred 4-year-olds and over. A field of 10 declared. All 10 have stood their ground up to this point, and we're in for another exciting contest, it would seem.
That's going to be the second core feature. It's going to be a massive one.
Massive. We take the break. Back with more as we cover the Sandy Lane Barbados Gold Cup 2023 here on your home of champions.
fear you're missing out? Don't miss another event with SportsMax. Enjoy full live content on our YouTube channel. Keep up to date with all things sports. Rewatch highlights of your favorite zone moments. Join our community and share in the passion of sports viewers everywhere. Like, comment, share, and subscribe to the SportsMax YouTube channel today.
The World Baseball Classics is on your home of champions all season long. Catch all the action on SportsMax, SportsMax 2, SportsMax Plus, and the SportsMax app.
Why do we love football?
Because out there, on that pitch, we're all the same.
On Saturday, Detroit Pistons battle the Cleveland Cavaliers, 7:30 p.m., 8:30 p.m. ECT on SportsMax.
This class moment is brought to you by Black Stallion, the bedroom tonic.
Ball played inside the area. I think Elshot is the one who has come off, you know. We'll confirm that in a bit. The ball taken. Oh, that's a magnificent finish. It really is. Oh my goodness. What a hit that was from Evan Taylor. Well. From just about the halfway line, saw the keeper off his line, and Evan Taylor, one of Jamaica's best midfielders back in the days, really utilizing his ambition, but it was the execution which was perfect. And Chapson, they have something to smile about.
Yeah.
Gives it back to Grant. Tate will sprint out on the sideline to get the rock. High dribble into the lane, running right-hander up and in. Damian Lillard with that runner. 71 points, a career high. 22 of 37, 13 of 21 from 3. 71 tonight. Just phenomenal. He has put forth such an effort tonight. And the crowd on their feet here on a Sunday night in Portland for Damian Lillard. Their favorite son. 113. Houston 131 Blade.
What a catch! What a catch! We saw Umesh Yadav provide the breakthrough, and it's Usman Khwaja who's been resting outside, has been on the field for a while now. It looks like he's pulled off a stunner.
Yeah, if you've got one more angle, please. Let's keep that rolling through, please. Yeah, keep it rolling through, please. Keep it rolling through, please. Yeah, fingers clearly under the ball from that angle. Do you have any other angles?
Khwaja, and a good innings from Shreyas Iyer comes to an end. And it's Mitchell Stark with the wicket.
That class moment was brought to you by Black Stallion, the bedroom tonic.
UEFA Europa League round of 16 begins with first leg action March 9. Watch it live on your home of champions. SportsMax and SportsMax 2 got you covered. 12:45, 1:45 p.m. ECT, and final game kickoff 3 p.m., 4 p.m. ECT.
Look at what we've achieved in the last 50 years at the WTA. We broke boundaries. We blazed our own trail. We celebrated our differences as well as our victories. 50 years of empowering each other. 50 years of risking it all to push us forward.
You have the opportunity to change the things that are happening.
Wins that made us gasp. Losses that made us cry. Battles that had us on the edge of our seats. Rivalries that grip the world. Inspiring the next generation by showing them what dedication means in our world.
Seeing that I can help these girls makes me feel absolutely amazing.
So where does our story go from here? Well, it's ours to write. WTA 50, just starting.
Savannah in Barbados for the Sandy Lane Barbados Gold Cup 2023. Well, it's marvelous to be here, and especially marvelous to have beside me the Minister of Youth, Sport and Community Empowerment, Minister Charles Griffith. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
How exciting jubilation and celebration in the air today as we're back finally after a 3-year hiatus.
Yes, Alex, this is absolutely fantastic. I mean, this is the biggest sporting event on the calendar in Barbados. The fact that we have so many families out is, truly a blessing. I think the public is hungry for outdoor events, hungry for sporting events, and this is providing an opportunity for them to come out and really enjoy the Sandy Lane Gold Cup.
Yeah, and you in your title we have social empowerment, and I was making the point to the guys earlier that this day, this event really is a social activity. You talk about Barbadians out, but I've never seen Barbados so full of tourists. You can hardly drive your car on the road.
I mean, we push sports tourism, and this is a fantastic opportunity for those persons who are on island to come out and experience, the Barbados culture in its truest form. I came in and I saw families just sitting in cars, enjoying the atmosphere. So this is good on several levels. Good for the tourism aspect, good for the fact that after 2 years, Gold Cup is back.
It sure is, and you can get a sense of just how important a day it is. We saw that our president, Dame Sandra Mason, is here. We see the Prime Minister, Mia Motley, is here. And of course, just people from the side of the road. And we were talking about how unique it is here at the Garrison Savannah. You have such access. Look at the horses right there, Minister.
Right.
You can reach out and touch them.
Yes, like I said, I think almost a member of every single household on island is at the Garrison today. And I believe that this can only do a whole lot in terms of the horse racing aspect. We are looking at the ministry to do a horse racing academy because we believe that there's scope for a lot of young people to be involved in the industry, and we're doing what is necessary through the ministry to ensure that we have continuity as far as horse racing is concerned.
Well, it is a fully professional sport here in Barbados, right? Like cricket, the only other one really fully professional, 365 days a year.
Yep.
So it is an opportunity, and you see Barbadians performing in this sport, not only here but around the world.
Yes. We have done exceedingly well in terms of horse racing. I know that we're doing really well in North America. And the fact that some of our youngsters can see local jockeys being involved in the process, then they can aspire to be a part of all that is happening here at Gold Cup Day.
Minister, you have a big portfolio. Sport, youth, community empowerment. How much do you actually know about the sport of kings? Did you come to the races before?
I have been here before. It is something, like I said, that every Bajan kind of gravitate to, especially on Gold Cup Day. I have put down 1 or 2 wagers and hope that there's some success in that area. But this is fantastic, Alex. 2 years from COVID, nothing like this. I remember the last time that I was here, spectators were on the outside. Now we have the infield full of spectators, full of people who are involved in selling. So commerce is also something that is being triggered by this on Gold Cup Day.
Yeah, and in a little while we'll be speaking to Corey Garrett because there's all brand new things this year, including the village, the Gold Cup village in the center of the encampment there, so people can walk around and have a look at it. But it looks very fancy, Minister. I'm sure you'll be invited there later for a drink or two.
Yeah, look, the thing is to continue to evolve, and I have seen from a couple of Gold Cups when I was here that there's some changes and some positive changes. You just mentioned the village. And if we continue to do that, then we can only grow this in terms of really making it, well, it is international now. It is the biggest horse racing event in the Eastern Caribbean. And the thing I believe is to try to improve every single year. And we've seen some improvements this year after a 2-year hiatus. So I am pleased, very, very pleased.
Well, the first Gold Cup was in 1982. Sandy Lane became the sponsor in 1997. And my mother at home who is watching us will agree she's the only Barbadian not at the Garrison Savannah tonight. But days like this, the Gold Cup, these are the signposts around which a culture nurtures itself, right? It is so Barbadian, the Gold Cup Day.
Yeah, one of the other things that I'm very, very pleased about is the number of young persons that I'm seeing here at the Garrison. So it is not only the older generation that is coming out for Gold Cup, but families are bringing the very young ones. It would have to be a 50-50 today in relation to the young persons compared to those that are in the older demographic. So I'm very, very pleased because they will see this, and like I said, maybe 1 or 2 will be interested, and we can just get them involved and hone their skills, and we'll see what's next.
Well, there's tons of entertainment here. We heard the voice of Mac Fingal earlier. Cricket watchers will remember him. He starts the band at cricket, and he's here also at the Garrison Savannah, a true stalwart of our culture.
Yeah, Mac Fingal is a staple at Gold Cup, I think, for many, many years, and as long as he's alive, I believe he will continue to be. I hope that there's some succession planning and there are grooming someone to take over from him when he moves away totally. But this is what Gold Cup is all about. It really is a vibe, and we want to continue building the vibe on island. It is fantastic, Alex. Absolutely.
I was joking with you guys earlier that I don't know much about racing, that I choose the horse by the name. I like the name or I like the colors. Do you have a strategy as how you choose your horse?
I don't have a clue. I depend on those experts or those guys who are interested. They will come here every day, so I'm taking tips from those guys who, I think they call them real birds. I'm not sure, but I'm taking tips from those in relation to who's going to win and who's going to place.
Oh, it sounds great. Well, we're at the Garrison Savannah. This is inside a UNESCO World Heritage Site. Lots of history around the Garrison Savannah, including the Barbados Museum and George Washington House. It was an old fort, so there's tons to see. And of course, right beside beautiful beaches, right beside Bridgetown. There are not many countries that can boast that.
I agree. the historic value of having the garrison at this location is, I mean, you know, you can't match that. You really can't match that. And you would have indicated we have a whole range of history happening here. Today, history will be created again. I mean, so this is special. This really is special. I'm seeing people who have not seen in a number of years back out. We're just enjoying the sports.
Yeah, history is going to be made in many ways, including the first Gold Cup under the lights. We'll be having that tonight in the evening. All right, guys, so have a look now at some beautiful scenes from around Barbados.
Come from a place, we accept every single race. Paradise is we name. Come over and you will fall in love. I should stay, have a special time of the year where we just get away. Most beautiful display. We'll search a million places, travel a million miles to find a vibe like this and have a time like this. You may have a million problems, need some place to ease your mind. Welcome to my place, oh yeah. With arms wide open. This place here is the sweetest place. My culture, you can eat arms wide open. Promise you'll never be the same. Show you how we done celebrate. Jump all around us, how we done. Let all around us, how we done. All on the ground, that's how we done.
Barbados is a beautiful island in the Caribbean that represents many things for many people. It is the perfect holiday getaway, a foodie paradise, the birthplace of rum, and the home of Rihanna. Welcome to Barbados.
Beautiful Barbados, but hey, I am biased, and so is this man beside me. It's a warm welcome to Corey Garrett, who is Director of Caribbean, Latin America, and Sports for the BTMI, which is the Barbados Tourism Marketing Inc. Good afternoon to you, Corey. It's Gold Cup Day. I almost said crop over day.
No, well, crop over day is coming very soon, Alex, but it is meet me at the races. It's Saturday, and as you rightly said, it is Gold Cup Day. You've seen me. I've been sweating. I've been up and down for the entire day. What a glorious day it is. The Gold Cup is back. The largest horse race, biggest spot, $107,000 is up for grabs. But I mean, you can look around. You can see the excitement, the exhilaration. More is to come, of course. I mean, we have not even scratched the surface of what is going to happen today. But it's just a marvelous day to have Barbadians, locals, tourists, everyone welcome back here in Barbados. So we are happy at the BTMI, of course.
I bet you are. It's such a buzz across the country, and everyone is so pumped to be here. It's people as far as the eye can see. I don't know if you can get a sense from where we're looking here. But everyone's just so excited because I was telling the minister, and I don't know if you agree, but it's so Barbadian. Horse racing is so Barbadian.
And that's why I said, you know, there's a saying in Barbados says, you know, meet me at the races. Meet me at the races on Saturday. So, you know, meet me at the races on Saturday. And over the years, we have developed horses in the sport. We have the SportsMax family here now. They were here just last year for Run Barbados. So we're really thankful to have them here again. And what this really shows is that the BTMI, the country of Barbados, is committed to sports tourism by being able to broadcast the Gold Cup. And I do believe, I don't think anyone will correct me, the first time ever that a Gold Cup is being broadcast on a regional level. And of course, we know that SportsMax, through their partner Scene TV, also has reached on the East Coast. So I got to say, of course, all the Bajans, all the Caribbean people on the East Coast of the United States of America, hello from Barbados. And we're looking forward, of course, hoping to have SportsMax work with us throughout the year. Many more race days to come, many more exciting sporting events in Barbados to come. And we're just really excited to showcase Barbados at this different time right now. And we're so ecstatic and happy right now to be able to share with the world what is going on in Barbados on a month-by-month, day-by-day basis. Horse racing, of course, being the sport of kings, the Sandy Lane Gold Cup being the biggest horse race in the Eastern Caribbean. It just gives us a great opportunity to just say, this is what we do. Welcome to Barbados.
Yeah, indeed, absolutely. Well, I don't know who is more excited between you and SportsMax, because they're also thrilled to be here. Well, George is so excited, his first ever time at the Garrison Savannah.
Well, I've been asking George. Well, George is now called the horse owner. Let's not forget. George told us last night he's a new horse owner in Barbados.
Okay.
So George is excited. We are very happy to have the entire SportsMax Smart family, as I said, here in Barbados. It just shows what, as I said before, the dedication towards this sport, the dedication towards sporting tourism, understanding as a valuable pillar and a niche in how we build this entire tourism product. And it's just not based on sports. Of course, there's recreation, there's the meetings and incentives, there's the romance industry. But we've truly understood we're sports, not only horse racing, cricket, football, hockey, netball, swimming, and the entire squash, golf. As you know, I'm on the golf course
Thank
now,
you.
Alex,
Thank
of course.
you. Good to know.
So all of these sports, of course, available, played, live, happening in Barbados tournaments, and we're just really happy that we can take this one particular one, being the Sandy Lane Gold Cup, and really put it on the international stage with our lovely partners. Guys, I'm so happy that SportsMax is here, as you know.
Yes, and they're
really
thrilled to
hard.
be here. Congratulations to all of you at the BTM. I am really looking forward to checking out the village for the first time.
The Gold Cup, well, I forgot to say about the added part of the atmosphere. We have our food and rum chefs, of course, in the Gold Cup village, just behind our backs, of course. That's a whole all-inclusive
Yes.
village, etc. So looking forward to all that festive atmosphere.
We'll be getting involved very
and
shortly, and you guys don't go anywhere because more live action from the Sandy Lane Barbados Gold Cup next.
The World Baseball Classics is on your home of champions all season long. Catch all the action on SportsMax, SportsMax 2, SportsMax Plus, and the SportsMax app. UEFA Europa League round of 16 begins with first leg action March 9. Watch it live on your home of champions. SportsMax and SportsMax 2 got you covered. 12:45, 1:45 p.m. ECT, and final game kickoff 3 p.m., 4 p.m. ECT.
Fear you're missing out? Don't miss another event with SportsMax. Enjoy full live content on our YouTube channel. Keep up to date with all things sports. Rewatch highlights of your favorite zone moments. Join our community and share in the passion of sports viewers everywhere. Like, comment, share, and subscribe to the SportsMax YouTube channel today.
Monday, the two young guns in the East square off. Boston Celtics, Cleveland Cavaliers. One not to miss, 7 p.m., 8 p.m. ECT on SportsMax.
It's with an absolute beauty. And that's curled home beautifully.
Catch the EFL Sky Bet Championship all season long on the home of champions.
Look at what we've achieved in the last 50 years at the WTA. We broke boundaries. We blazed our own trail. We celebrated our differences as well as our victories. 50 years of empowering each other. 50 years of risking it all to push us forward.
You have the opportunity to change the things that are happening.
Wins that made us gasp. Losses that made us cry. Battles that had us on the edge of our seats. Rivalries that grip the world. Inspiring the next generation by showing them what dedication means in our world.
Seeing that I can help these girls makes me feel absolutely amazing.
So where does our story go from here? Well, it's ours to write. WTA 50. Just starting.
Football fans, how's your knowledge of the Jamaica Premier League? Put it to the test and win weekly giveaways when you play JPL Trivia Fridays. Questions are based on JPL matches played the previous week and can be answered via our social media pages using the hashtag JPLTF. Fridays just became more exciting with JPL Trivia Fridays.
Back with us as we cover the Sandiland Barbados Gold Cup. The Tanglewood Stakes and Trophy is history. That race over 2,000 meters or 10 furlongs. And the winner in the event, number 2, People's Champ, in the hands of jockey Lopez for trainer Andrew Busher. Well, Andrew Busher Nunes. I always get caught between Anthony and Andrew, but it's Andrew Busher Nunes, the trainer of this one. Owned by the Kids Syndicate and Stefan Narain-Singh. And Salt, when they were going down, I looked at you and said, there goes Stefan Narain-Singh's color. I saw him at dinner last night at Buzo, the Italian restaurant at the Marriott Courtyard here in Barbados. He was in very good spirits, Stefan Narain-Singh was. He also stopped by our commentary point earlier, and maybe he was trying to tell me that, George, you need to get in on People's Champ.
Yeah, he was absolutely right. As the sounds of the song of People's Champ blare throughout the Garrison Savannah today. People's Champ with an excellent stretch run. Yesterday off air we were talking about Delano Lan Lopez. He's son of Simon Husbands, nephew of Patrick Husbands, who he would have beaten in the stretch drive there just now, and then also nephew of Richard Pouchy Lopez. So a big horse racing family there, lots of horse racing in his bloodline, and I can see, we all are not privy to it, but when he crossed that finish line, as he was going around the corner, he let out one hell of a belt and yes! I guess he was finally beating his uncle in a stretch drive, winning the Tanglewood, which is one of the core features today, and winning on Gold Cup Day is so important and so special to every one of these jockeys and all of the connections here. You can see it after every race, how the staff, the grooms, everybody just celebrating.
Yep, it was an energy-sapping 2,000 meters to the extent that we were just seeing Stefan Narain-Singh walk by our commentary point here. An energy-sapping 2,000 meters, Patrick. And what is true is that they turned for home with about 2 or 3 horses in the mix. But the further they went, the more People's Champ held the gallop. Those around him got weaker as the finishing post arrived, and a very good ride by young Lopez to get him home clear off the field.
A very good ride as well by Patrick Husbands. The reason I look for that is because we're looking forward to the Gold Cup 2 races from now. We want to see what kind of form these jockeys are carrying. Patrick is being very patient today. He's showing that he's listening to the trainers, and he also is coming with strategies that seem to be working. He hasn't quite gotten it all together there, but I'm feeling a feeling, as Lead Pipe and Sanders would say, that he may all get it together by race number 9.
Are you feeling the feeling, baby? All right. So this was People's Champ's first win in his last 5 races. He had gone through a barren spell, 3 consecutive races where he didn't find the winner's enclosure, but that was breaking a sequence of 4 consecutive wins. So 4 consecutive wins, followed by 3 races where he couldn't land a blow, but he certainly landed the decisive blow today, knocking the glass jaw of his opponents and shattering it. A 5-year-old bay horse by Happy Memories out of Lady Constance by Bandsman, bred by Sir Charles Williams, owned, as I noted, by the Kids Syndicate and Stephen Ryan Singh. The groom is Marlon Price, and the trainer, the man they call Busher, Andrew Nunes, People's Champ, carried 129 pounds to victory to take the Tanglewood Stakes and Trophy over 10 furlongs.
And the defending champion, Nilos, also carrying 129 pounds, ridden by Eric Daniel. He placed the second. He looked to have every chance at the top of the stretch, but as you said, they could not defeat the champ. He really was the People's Champion today.
All right, so People's Champ winning. And there was a horse who ran in the event. While Alex was doing the interview with Chris Griffith, the Minister of Sport, and then Corey Garrett from BTMI, we were looking at number 10, War Eagle, owned by Craig Brathwaite, the West Indies captain, who of course is with his team in Southern Africa. They're in South Africa now. They were in Zimbabwe before, still in the southern part of Africa, and then South Africa proper now. So Craig Brathwaite out there fighting for the West Indies, while War Eagle didn't put in a punch today. But we are not surprised, Patrick, because we looked at the last run that War Eagle, prominent early but faded badly to finish way last in that 11-horse field, suggesting that all was not right with him, and the performance today confirms that all is not right with War Eagle at this time.
Actually, he did better than I even thought he would, given the form that we would have seen on the form sheet. We're getting the name calls all the way around by the guns for 2.5 furlongs out. He was still there, but I remember George telling me something seems wrong about this, and I said, you know what? And he's holding through. He's coming here, and he's already, guys, he's reading the form book, just looking at the horses as they walk out to the parade ring. He's telling me more than I'm telling him right now. So I want to say big kudos to you on that, man.
I hope my form continues, my friend. There you go. And we can make some profit at the end of the day.
Yes, man.
Yeah. The next race coming up, we're going to give you the official prices. Well, 2,376, Patrick. Let's give the viewers the correct placing. So 2 People's Champ, beating 3 Nilos, then 7, that's Mikal, and number 6 is Supermodel. So 2,376. Patrick Bummel Husbands finishing 3rd. His nephew Lopez winning the event aboard People's Champ. And you know, I spoke with Simon Husbands. I remember years ago, Salt, when I was in a different space in my career. I was very young in my career at the time, and I had the pleasure of interviewing Simon Husbands. I was working for this cable station in Portmore, St. Catherine. I'm sure you know Portmore quite well. I was working there, and they asked me to do some interviews. So I went to the track and I interviewed Simon Husbands. Simon Husbands is one of the most liked overseas jockeys to ride at Caymanas Park. His mannerisms, easy. He's a consummate gentleman, and he's a cracking jockey. There are some jockeys who have ridden at Caymanas Park in recent times, Patrick, who, when they are on a horse who is a pace horse, a leader, once that jockey rides a leader, a pace horse, you go to the window and you cash in, because you know that horse is going to get the best handling, and that horse's chances of winning are going to be enhanced. Simon Husband is a jockey in Jamaica. When you put him on a horse that runs with the pace or leads, Simon then enhances that horse's performance. And I can't forget him winning at the time, Red Stripe Caribbean Sprint over 6 furlongs aboard a horse called Spectacular Run for the former Minister of National Security in Jamaica, Derek Smith. He rode it for the late, great Wayne DaCosta. That horse was a speed horse, Patrick, but that horse always came back to the field in deep stretch.
Yes.
Well, that day, Simon Husbands put it in front, and Simon put the field to sleep. He was as flat as a pancake turning for home, and the stands, those who backed Spectacular Run, were throwing their race books in the air because they knew that they were onto a winner. So it's a good thing to see that his genes have passed through to his outstanding son today.
I mean, his son and, as you said, nephew of Patrick, he's just got so much horse racing pedigree in him, and that is no surprise really what he's making do at the Garrison. He's becoming along really well, and I'm really happy for him. Looking forward to seeing his overseas career as we export him in the future.
Yeah, and I was telling you the story about the interviews. I said to Simon, I said, Simon, what do you like most about riding in Jamaica? And he said, boy, you know, he really loves the people. He said, boy, "Oh, you aggressive boy." So, I never forget that. And I saw him subsequently, and I reminded him of that, and he remembered.
Yeah.
And yeah, so we have that connection, Simon Ellsworth. Anyway, the 8th race on the program is named as we welcome at this point, we welcome some special listeners of Nationwide 90 FM in Jamaica, the revolution in media. They've joined the SportsMax broadcast at this point, Patrick. Patrick Salt Bellamy is my co-host. Alex Jordan will be the lady who you'll be hearing throughout the broadcast. And I know you know a thing or a few about radio, so I want you to say a special good afternoon to the Nationwide listeners.
Hi, good afternoon, Jamaica. It's been a long time since I've been on air in Jamaica. I had one single interview in about 2015 with a lady in Jamaica, so it's good to be back on the airwaves in a different capacity this time and speaking to you live from the historic Garrison Savannah. It's a beautiful, beautiful day here in Barbados. Not a cloud in the sky, as my lady Alex Jordan would say.
Absolutely so. So what you would have missed is Robert Pierce, the trainer, reeling off 3 wins from the first 5 races, and we also have some excitement. Dominus, the favorite in the sprint, beaten into 3rd place, promoted to 2nd after the disqualification of a 2nd past the post. So Andrew Busher Nunes is Dominus, beaten in the sprint, and we all thought he would have swept all before him, and now People's Champ taking the 2nd feature on the card. Where we are now is at race 8 for those just joining us. It's the Green Monkey Trophy, a handicap event, and it's over 1,570 meters, works out to 7.8 furlongs, just a touch under a mile. And of course, this is the Garrison Savannah for the radio viewers, so they'll know it's the turf course. Before I go into the preview of the event, Patrick, I want to say that the Green Monkey, special and significant to me. I know that the Green Monkey is a golf course in here in Barbados.
Yes.
Yeah. So here's the thing. Here's my Green Monkey story now. The Green Monkey, prominent to me because of a horse called the Green Monkey, who was bought in about 2004 for a record price. The most expensive price paid for a horse, for a thoroughbred horse, was a horse called the Green Monkey. It was bought for $16 million at the Fasig Tipton Calder sale. Now here's what happened.
News to me, yes.
Here's what happened, Patrick. You know that at sales like the Fasig Tipton sale, they gallop a horse, and then you look at the gallop, and then you say, okay, well, I want to buy that horse.
Yes.
This horse set a world record in that gallop over 2 furlongs. I think it was maybe 20 point something seconds.
That's a lot of pace.
Yes. So after that particular workout, the auctioneer had a field day, and the hammer dropped at $16 million for this horse, and it was named the Green Monkey. Now, when it went into training, of course, everybody was saying, oh, this is going to be the next world beater. Yes. You're a horse racing man. I don't need to tell you the rest. The Green Monkey, you are perhaps faster than the Green Monkey. The Green Monkey was a flop. Lived for about 16 years and died in around 2018 thereabouts, because it was a 2002 foal. So it would have died in 2018. But he died with the distinction of being the most expensive thoroughbred then, and still the most expensive thoroughbred sold at a sale now, the Green Monkey. So when I saw this race, I said, aha, the Green Monkey Trophy. Anyway, let's get into it.
Well, we can get into it, but what I'm going to tell you, this is an apprentice race.
Yes.
So jockeymanship is thrown out the window.
Forget that.
Forget that. I don't know many of these jockeys that intimately. I'm going to be very honest with you, nor do I know the horses that well.
Not a problem.
But that's because we're all preparing for the race after this one, which is coming up in an hour or so. But we're going to look at this race, and we're going to see if we can pick a winner.
Excellent. All right, let's go by numbers, and I'm going to take my time with going through the field. Number 1, Caprocat. This one from the stables of Trader. Well, that one is actually scratched from the event. Caprocat, so number 1 will not go. So we're left with a field of 10 at this point. Number 2 is Prominent. Kelly, the jockey for Trainer Dean, a 5-year-old bay horse by Aristodemus. Aristodemus, a past winner of the Gold Cup, out of Positive by Surya Bagwan, bred by Kenny Joseph, groomed by Terry Cummins, and the owner is Mr. Adam Deem. Now, this horse, last one on the 2nd of January this year in the hands of S. Bellamy, carrying 103 pounds to victory over 1,100 meters in a time of 1 minute, time of 1 minute 13 and 2/5 of a second for the 5.5 furlongs trip. He was second on January 14, beaten by Bonita Bay over 1,800 meters. So a winner at 5.5 furlongs, and then second at 1,800 meters or 9 furlongs. Prominent comes into this event. Does it have a chance? I must say also, Patrick, even though you're seeing it on the form book here, 7th in his most 2 recent races, although the 7th on the last occasion was by 4.5 lengths. So that was a better run than the final placing would suggest.
Yes, okay, so we give him a shot.
A shot, an outside shot at best. All right, number 3, we're carrying on with this race named for the Green Monkey, a handicap event. It's number 3, Social Distance, has D. Crony in the saddle for Andrew Nunes, a 4-year-old dark bay colt by Aristodemus. She's Even Blue by Even the Score, bred by Lady Seal, groomed by Anderson Prescott Jr., owned by Lady Seal. Now, the last time out on February 4, Social Distance was beaten into 3rd place over 1,570 meters. Crucially, in this race, 2 furlongs from home, 4 furlongs from home was 3rd by a length and 3/4, 2 furlongs from home was 3rd by a length, and at the finish was 3rd by 3. So this horse was prominent all the way, fought all the way Social Distance. Andrew Nunes needs no recommendation. All of Jamaica knows him. All of the Caribbean knows Andrew Nunes. Social Distance, is this one in with a chance?
A chance, I would say yes. However, the next 2 horses that we are going to mention would have defeated him in that race. So let's get there.
All right, number 4 is Virginia Park, to be ridden by A. Daniel for trainer Lavelle, a 4-year-old Chestnut filly by Rocamadour, by English Rose, by Janak. And you've heard a horse in Barbados called Janak's Gold. That's where the line comes from.
Yes.
The breeder is Peter Odell. The groom is Xavier Rudder. And the owner is Melrose Racing. Virginia Park is bidding for the hat-trick this afternoon, viewers and listeners, because the last time out, over 1,570 meters in the hands of Rashid Hughes, was a winner, beating Riddick by a length and 3/4 after leading for every post. So Virginia Park made every post a winning one at 1,570 meters last time out. Returns here with 121 pounds. No Rashid Hughes in the saddle because, as Patrick told you, this is a race for apprentices. But Virginia Park bids for the hat-trick at 121 pounds. Is she poised to do it?
It's the weight is the only setback for me. Is the only thing I will give a pause to, but I expect Virginia Park to be there at the end.
All right, number 5 is Riddick. He will be ridden by D. Gaskin for trainer K. John. Yeah. A 9-year-old chestnut horse. So a veteran Riddick is. A veteran of the racing game. A 9-year-old chestnut horse by War Crime. Midnight Blue by Florida Fresh. Bred by Gay Blackman. Groomed by Jason Mears. And owned by Mr. Northcote. Riddick was second, as we told you, beaten by Virginia Park in that last contest. The last time we saw him at the races on February 4 over 1,570 meters. Prior to that was third, beaten by Bonita Bay and Prominent. Before that was second, beaten by Scarface. So Riddick is in really good form. This 9-year-old reports cherry ripe for this engagement. And at 110 pounds, Patrick, getting 11 pounds from Virginia Park, is Riddick the reason we should go to the window and bet until a voice say bet no more?
Well, I tell you, when Alex was doing her interviews with the minister before and with Mr. Garrett from the BTM, I eased over to a guy with some tact. And I asked him if this was for a horse in the next race. He told me yes. And I asked him which horse. I'm not going to tell you which horse he told me. I asked him which horse is going to win. He told me to look at Riddick. So it's Riddick that I'm going with in this race just off that inside information.
Excellent. And I know that many people here at the Garrison today will be gambling Riddick because they are big Vin Diesel fans.
Yes.
And of course, Riddick is the star. Well, Vin Diesel is the star of the Riddick franchise.
Lifetime 44 starts of 3 wins in 9 seconds and 6 thirds. It's not bad.
Not bad at all.
Age is the only set.
That's the issue with this.
But I'm going with Riddick.
Yeah, I think he'll finish in the frame, Riddick. I'm not sure that he has the juice in his legs to beat his younger rivals today. Number 6 is Life is Great, a 4-year-old chestnut colt by Janak out of Cinnamon Jane by Thady Quill. Now, Thady Quill is a past Gold Cup winner. Thady Quill was ridden to Gold Cup success by John O'Jones, a man who went to Canada to win the Queen's Plate. So Thady Quill, big in the history of Barbados racing.
Yes.
And on the dam side, Life is Great is out of Thady Quill. Bred by Tyrell MacDonald and Kevin Hill, groomed by Anthony Crony, and owned by Huntsman Farms. This one, Life is Great, is trained by Ardeen, ridden by young R. Thorpe. and Life is Great. 5th on the last occasion, beaten 4 lengths in the hands of Anderson Tom Trotman, the regular rider for Life is Great, who can't ride here, of course, because this is an apprentice race, and Tom is on the other side of his career.
Yes,
and yeah, Life is Great comes at 118 pounds. What do you make of his chances, especially at the handicaps?
With the handicaps and the rating, I think he does have a chance, surprisingly so, I would say.
All right, so that's Life is Great.
As I said, I don't know the jockeys that well in this race, so maybe that would be the only thing that would give me a pause here as well.
All right, lifetime starts, 17 lifetime starts for Life is Great, and 2 wins for earnings of 25,000 Barbados dollars. From where we are sat here, listeners especially, the horses are just walking by us onto the main track to get over into the main parade ring, which is in front of a jam-packed main stand. If you send a message to the main stand, it won't be able to get in because the stands are full, so the stand can't take even a message at this stage of Sandy Lane Barbados Gold Cup Day. Number 7 is High Velocity, trained by Andrew Busher Nunes. This one is ridden by M. Badal, a 5-year-old bay mare. High Velocity is by Happy Memories, out of Rebound by Boomerang, bred by Sir Charles Williams, groomed by Keith Samuels, owned by Mr. John P. Drake, Mrs. Gloria M. Drake, and Mr. Lowell Rawlins, plus Mrs. Aldith Rawlins. Lifetime starts, 10 lifetime starts for High Velocity, 1 win for earnings of just over 15,000 Barbados dollars. The last time we saw High Velocity at the races saw Patrick over 1,570 meters. That was on January 28th. Was beaten into 4th, 3 1/4 lengths behind Social Circle, won that race. But comes here, the handicapper has been very, very naughty to High Velocity. 131 pounds. This horse looks to be handicapped out of the race.
I think so as well. I looked at the weight. I saw 131 pounds for a horse rated at 41 in this race. Coming back to what would be, I would say, would be more her kind of field. Having to carry that heavy weight, I don't expect much from her. Sorry to say, man. A lighter weight, I would have definitely gone with High Velocity on this race, but
all right, so High Velocity gets no love from Patrick just because the handicapper has treated her very, very badly. The handicapper had
no love for her.
No love whatsoever. There you go. Number 8 is Wilcox Valley, to be ridden by N. Trotman. St. John is the trainer. Wilcox Valley, 6-year-old bay mare by Cat Gone West. Well, My Cat Gone West, out of Little Diana by Zwick. Lifetime starts 15, so a maiden after 15 starts. So I know what Patrick will say. I'll put it to him just the same. Bred by David Arthur, groomed by Arnold Morris, and owned by D&G Syndicate. The last run wasn't a particularly good one. 10th, beaten 8.5 lengths by Life is Great over 1,100 meters. Wilcox Valley, 114 pounds. A maiden after 15 races. We could take our money elsewhere.
I will take my money elsewhere. I may be very, very surprised if of all days that Wilcox Valley turns up, it would be today, the day of the Sandy Lane Gold Cup, the most high pressure day on the calendar of racing in Barbados. I do not expect much from this horse in this race.
All right, the number 9 horse will get some support from people who are New Yorkers and who know this part of New York called Crown Heights, because number 9 is called Crown Heights, a 7-year-old bay horse by Eagles Peak out of Kelleen Kinara by 40 Mile, bred by McDonald Nichols, groomed by Levo Small, owned by Nature Fun Ranch. From 5 lifetime stars, Crown Heights is still a maiden. The best performance was a 4th by 6 3/4 lengths. But if you look at the form book, the form line is not very encouraging for Crown Heights. This horse at 7 years old, who's only run 5 times in its career, clearly unsoundness problems, leg problems, perhaps back problems, with that causing this one to run only 5 times in a career at 7 years old. Best performance 4th by 6 3/4 lengths. The last time this horse was beaten into 11th place, 67 lengths behind the winner. Crown Heights is best left alone.
It's best to leave Crown Heights alone. She'll probably end up in Crown Heights today.
There you go. Number 10 is Quality Star, an 8-year-old by Janak out of Hadaya by Feet on Flames, bred by Tristan Ford, groomed by Jamar Miller, owned by Mr. Levi Cadogan, the trainer here, Victor Cheeseman.
We were speaking about Levi Cadogan, speaking of former athletes who own horses. He's an owner in this race. I would love to go with him. Actually, I would throw him in there.
All right. Number 11 is Hard Knock Life This one a 5-year-old bay gelding by Shared Adventure, most wanted out of Southern Glory. The breeder is Sean Gamble, the groom is Sean Novell, and the owner is Always Syndicate. Just like that, Always Syndicate. From 12 lifetime starts, Hard Knock Life has 1 win so far for earnings of just over 8,000 Barbados dollars. 6 by 4 lengths on the last occasion. Does Hard Knock Life have an outside shot?
No, as you said, in these sort of races, be guessed by any kind of methodology. And you mentioned Crown Heights earlier, being from New York, and with so many Sean's, and then Hard Knock Life being at Sean Carter's song. I would say, you know what, if you're superstitious and you're a fan of Jay-Z, we'll go with this horse, Hard Knock Life.
Sean Corey Carter. Yeah, there you go. All right, so those are the 11 horses, well, the 10 horses in the field, because the number 1 horse was scratched from the event. So a field of 10 for the Green Monkey Trophy over 1,570
So you can see with a race like this, an apprentice race, the race before the main feature of the day, the kind of scientific methodology that we use to pick the horses. It's going to be a fun race, but these kinds of races I find are the most competitive races then. You don't have a clear-cut favorite, you don't know which horse it is, that the rivalries. Yeah? So what we're going to look at here is the fact that all of these horses went up against Social Circle and Mirror before a Super Heights. So we're going to have to go back again, as I said, with Riddick, because Riddick is the horse with the form for me.
All right, there you go. You like Riddick. I'm going to go Virginia Park to get the better of the old stager Riddick. We take a break here on our coverage of the Saturday Barbados Gold Cup here at the Garrison Savannah. SportsMax, your home of champions, bringing this race to you live on your mobile devices and on your television sets. If people still use television sets, they use all kind of devices to watch their programming now. And of course to the listeners on Nationwide 90 FM. Back with more after these.
Why do we love football?
Because out there, on that pitch, we're all the same.
Welcome back to coverage of the Sandy Lane Barbados Gold Cup. It's going to be the 40th running of the biggest race in this part of the Caribbean for many years, the biggest race in the entire Caribbean. The Diamond Mile in Jamaica eclipsed that just for a little bit, and then the Mute Mile laterally has also taken pride of place as the most lucrative, but those races don't have the history of the Gold Cup. The Gold Cup is a special thing. Welcome to viewers of, thanking viewers of SportsMax for staying with us. They've been with us for a while, and welcoming our listeners from Nationwide 90 FM in Jamaica. I'm here working with Patrick Salt Bellamy, and we went through the field earlier. We saw my selection, Virginia Park, walk by, and I was saying to you that I thought she could have looked better. The coat a bit dry. I don't like a dry coat.
What
a dry
is that
coat
indicative
on my horse. It's just like your skin. Remember, your skin is your largest organ of your body.
Yeah.
So if you look at one person with a skin that is glowing, as opposed to a person with a lot of sores on their skin or dry skin, flaky skin, it does suggest to you that the one with the flaky skin is not as healthy. So that's what it does suggest. So I could have done. Sometimes the grooms, they take out their polish and they polish those horses to make them look glistening, yeah? But Virginia Park looks a bit dry in the coat, and I never like that in my horses. So let's see if she runs up to her ability and not up to her appearance.
She's also carrying 4-foot bandages.
Yeah, and I don't like my horses in front bandages, because it does suggest that there is a problem there that the trainer is looking to use the bandages to hide. That maybe a pain when the horse runs and puts down all that weight. The horses weigh over 1,000 pounds, most of them. Thoroughbreds weigh well over 1,000 pounds, and so the amount of force coming down, you have to have steady and strong pins to bear the weight and to carry the jockey and to gallop and to not feel pain. A pain-free horse is a horse who has a chance of winning the race. A horse feeling pain will not win. It's as simple as that, and I hope that Virginia Park is okay. I'm sticking with her, but I just think that she could have looked a little bit better, my friend.
The trackside commentator also sticking with Virginia Park. We heard him saying Virginia Park from high velocity, from social distance, from Riddick. That's his top 4.
Yeah.
So
the 9-year-old Riddick, when you look at his race record, and if you look at his lifetime starts, 44 starts and 3 wins, it doesn't suggest to me that this old chap knows where the winning post is, because if you're striking 3 times in 44, that's what, 3 into 44, that's every
15.
every 12 times, 3 12 36, 3 13s, 3 13, 3
15s
yeah, so every 13, 45, 3
Yeah.
15, almost every 15 races, a strike rate of a win every 15 races. I'm not so sure, and at this stage of his career, I expect him to fight for a place in the frame, in the superfecta especially, but I don't know if I'm going to go with Riddick. I hope for your sake that you can break your duck
I'm still hoping, before Bonita Bay in the race this day, and with Virginia Park, it's just going to be between him and Virginia Park for me. But lots of other horses being mentioned by the trackside commentator, and I tend to listen to those guys as well, because they're here every Saturday doing exactly what we do. So it's their job to know.
Yeah, speaking of that, I heard again, my driver was coming down and was filling me in, and she was saying that people were at the Garrison today from 3:30 a.m.
Really?
Yes, people are here setting up their stalls. Some people coming to be here early to see the horses exercise. I understand the horses here. They come out from 5 a.m. and go in maybe about 7:30. So people are here to see the horses, go through their paces, and just here early to set up their stalls, those who are selling their wares today. And many were here early just to get in the experience, to go home and come back with an insight into what they would be doing betting-wise at the Garrison today.
And remember that we had betting available all week, and then yesterday as well. Yesterday when we came down here in the morning for our pre-production meeting, I noticed vendors setting up stalls already, because they know that today is that day at the Garrison Savannah. So that's good to know. And as I said, it's all about the culture of the Garrison. As we continue to see more and more people arrive at the Garrison Savannah, we are exactly 45 minutes away from the start of the Sandy Lane Gold Cup. So the excitement is starting to rise to a fever pitch here right now at the Savannah. And as you can say, I'm just so happy, elated to be at the Garrison live for the Sandy Lane Gold Cup.
Well, I've been going to Caymanas Park in Jamaica from the very early 1990s when I started high school. I started high school in 1992. I was going just before that, and then I carried on. And I must say, I've never been a part of a race day like this in the Caribbean. And I've been to races in New York, I've been to races in South Africa. but I've never experienced anything like this. It's almost
Tell
as
me
if
what strikes you most.
the number of people who are here, and the fact is that there. In fact, I would wager, Patrick, that most of those who are here are not here for the racing itself, the core racing. They're here to enjoy themselves. They're here to share in the atmosphere, the camaraderie. Several generations of families coming out, the picnic. You don't see that in Jamaican racing anymore. It used to be like that. But I'm very happy that Barbados is maintaining this cultural link. They see the Sandalane Barbados Gold Cup as a calendar entertainment event for everybody. And I'm gobsmacked by that, to use a British term, my friend.
No, it's excellent stuff. All we hope is that for the spectators who do not normally come to the Garrison to be respectful to the rules and the procedures of the Garrison Savannah. But we're happy to have them all here today.
All right. So based on what we know of these horses, and again, we remind the listeners and the viewers that this race is apprentice jockeys only. It's restricted only to apprentice jockeys. So the experienced guys who know every inch of this track, not here today. So we'll see what the greenhorns have learned over time to help them to make the right decisions.
I often wonder as well if they put this race directly before the Gold Cup to give those more experienced jockeys a rest. And also because some people get superstitious and they may not want to ride in the race right before the Gold Cup because of the fact that they may be thinking to themselves they don't want anything untoward to happen to them. But we're looking forward to this race, and just hoping that everyone stays off the ambulance track as well as the horses traverse the course today. Have the horses gone down as yet?
Yes, they've gone down. Looking through the form line in the form lines in the race program, Virginia Park is the winning most, or they'd say in the USA, the winningest horse in the race, has struck 3 times in 16 lifetime starts. No other horse in this race has won 3 races lifetime. In fact, there are more than a few maidens here. Prominent, the number 2 horse, has won once. Social Distance has won once, and my producer has just told me that they're loading a Virginia Park with 3 wins. Okay, Riddick has also won 3 times, but as we said, he's won 1 in 50.
times.
There you go, 44 starts for 3 victories. So they're loading them up. Let's go across to our commentator.
Apprentices, they're getting their opportunity to ride here this afternoon on Gold Cup Day. As the loading process is in an advanced stage. As this young lady crosses the track. You're still seeing Crown Heights outside. Jeremiah Whirl aboard. Saying our starter Mark Batson doing a wonderful job with his entire crew as usual. They're trying to get Virginia Park in. Oh, she's in. Social distance standing quietly. Also prominent. Hard Knock Life. Just trying there. Social Distance, Wilcox Valley, Quality Star, the starter's been very patient this afternoon. They're on the starter's orders and away they go. And there's a little bouncing and banging early on as they leave the chute. Coming on to the main course for the first time, it's Quality Star. So it's Quality Star in front, just by about a length from Wilcox Valley. Tucked in along the rails is Virginia Park. Then between horses, that's Crown Heights. In the 3-path on the outside, that one is Hard Knock Life. Life is Great. Social Distance saves ground on the inner. Then comes Riddick, prominent, and High Velocity is your back marker. As they race towards the 5-furlong pole, and up front is Quality Star, just by about 3 parts of a length from Wilcox Valley, who moves on through now to pick it up. They've gone on by a length and a half to Virginia Park, your favorite. Then on the outside is Life is Great, Moving nicely along the rails is Social Distance. Riddick is the next one through. Then comes Hard Knock Life, High Velocity, and Prominent is your back marker as they race towards the 3. And it is Wilcox Valley in front. Quality Stars on the outside, getting ever closer is Virginia Park. They've gone on now by a length and a half to Riddick, who's coming with a run. Social Distance is also coming on with a run as it races towards the mile pole. And Quality Star is in front. On the outside, here comes Virginia Park with a furlong and a half to go. And it is Quality Star in front. Here they come spinning out of the turn, and it is Quality Star. On the outside, here comes Virginia Park. Even further on the outside is Riddick. Finishing well on the inside is Life is Great, but it is Virginia Park. Virginia Park is going to win it. Virginia Park wins it now from Quality Star. Life is Great was third. Then came Riddick, High Velocity, Social Distance, Prominent, Wilcox Valley, and Hard Knock Life, Crown Heights in 138 flat. In a moment, the unofficial placings for you.
So Virginia Park gets the job done. Number 4, Virginia Park getting the job done in the hands of young Daniel for trainer Novell. And it's a wonderful thing on Saturday in Barbados Gold Cup Day when you are spotting winners. And my friend Patrick, that's another winner for me.
That's another winner for you, and I congratulate you. I said to myself, when I looked at them coming around by the cannons, I said to myself, man, George is going to beat me again. I saw Riddick trying his best in the yellow coming. I think he finished 4th.
Yes.
I was really sweet on that horse. The other horse that was coming down the stretch just now,
was it Crown Heights?
Quality Star.
Quality Star, yes.
It was looking good as well. We didn't give him, her, I should say, much of a chance coming into the race, but it did really well.
Yeah, Quality Star actually turned for home with the lead and then was weak at the finish. Virginia Park, expertly timed by the young jockey, and we're looking at the replay now as they turn for home. Quality Star in the blue in front, and Virginia Park closing him down with every stride, and very quickly she was on terms, and then it was just about the jockey keeping his composure. Well, it took some time to wear down the leader, Virginia Park, but now she's on terms, and now she begins to inch off Virginia Park stronger at the finish.
Yes, much stronger at the finish. With the finish, I would say no, with these apprentice jockeys, we never know what kind of potential they have harnessed with them and where they're going to deliver. But it was an interesting race for myself, and I said to you beforehand, with these races, with these apprentices that don't know the jockeys or the horses that well, it's always a competitive one. So I really enjoyed watching that race. Even our horse that we were speaking of earlier that we said we didn't give much of a chance to, which would be Wilcox Valley, looked good in the first half of the race. How did it be in the first half?
Ran well in the first half of the race, but the form holds up in this contest.
Yes, it does.
As Virginia Park wins the Green Monkey Trophy for 3-year-olds and older, rated 40 to 2022. Also open to horses 3-year-olds and older who are rated below 21. The particular rating system here in Barbados, most of these systems aren't universal, but Virginia Park comes back a popular winner of this contest, and coming out the chute, got a good break, kept in hand by young Daniel the jockey, and delivering the run at the right moment, moving at the right time. Quality Star was a target to aim at, and Virginia Park went in serious chase of Quality Star on straightening up with a furlong and a half left, you heard the commentator say, and then she reeled him in mid-stretch and then just inched away at the finish to score authoritatively in this 1570 meter contest.
As we watch the replay as well, I'm looking at horse number 6, Life is Great, and I really enjoyed watching the stretch run of that horse in particular, having to switch from about the lane 4 to the inside lane. And we watch the stretch drive again. This time we will see what happens there. It's a bit of a ways from now, but when you get there, I wanted to pay special attention to horse number 6 in the black and white silks. That horse is currently in the replay in her position number 6, and the blue blinkers, those who are listening on the radio wouldn't be able to see, but you will understand. This horse came from the 4 path, switched over to the right onto the first path, and managed to come in 3rd place, I believe it was. Interesting stretch drive, and I'm going to be very keen on that apprentice jockey to see where he goes in the future. Horse number 6 in race number 8 was ridden by R. Thorpe, so we're going to have to look at that. You see it here?
Yeah. Well, I tell you what, there are some statements made about racing, some truisms about racing that, I mean, truisms aren't truisms because they're right all the time, but they're truisms because they're right most of the time. And what is true is that they always tell you that in horse racing, the jockey who goes for his stick last is most likely the jockey who will win the race. And in that race just now, young Daniel, he went to his whip last because aboard Virginia Park, of course, hunting up the leaders, and he had dead aim on Quality Star, turning for home. By the time they turned for home, Quality Star's jockey had already gone for the right-hand stick to keep
he
his
was
mount
still
going.
comfortable.
Not Virginia Park's jockey, Daniel, just gathered his horse at the top of the lane, and then he went for the stick. So he was the last jockey in the race to go for his stick, proving the truism right. He who or she who goes for their stick last in a horse race is
as that.
Yeah, the big one. All right. As we build up to the big one, which is the Sandy Lane Barbados Gold Cup, the 40th running, the 39th running was, can we say way back? Well,
way back.
2020. Night Prowler won for Jalon Samuel, owner Sir David Seal, trainer Mrs. Dean, and of course, Night Prowler is he's a Barbadian horse, still going strong. Night Prowler is. We can go through the winners from 1982. So we can start with the history of the event. 1982, the first running of the Sandy Lane Barbados Gold Cup. Bold Lewis won, jockey D. Gillespie for owner J.E. Camcho, trainer C.R. No. TNT. 1983, Iron Lover. 1984, Tinker's Image.
Tinker's Image, the first local horse to win the Gold Cup.
There you go. 1985, Frisky Wharf. 86, Bentham. 87, Stangrave Park. 88, Call to Account. 89, Venice Pappy Richards, Sanford Prince. Number 9, 1990 special because Vardar won with a 16-year-old Patrick Bummel Husbands in the saddle. One of the greatest jockeys in the history of North American racing is a Barbadian, Patrick Husbands. He won for the first time in 1990 at the age of 16 aboard Vardar. 1991, Sanford Prince and Venice Richards again. 1992, Sanford Prince for a third time, Venice Richards. 1993, Choo Choo Royale, Sandy Hawley, one of the greatest jockeys in North America. I met him at an appreciation dinner that was thrown for Emilio Rodriguez and Georgie Hosang in Jamaica a few years ago. Sandy Hawley was there. He rode Choo Choo Royal to victory in 1993.
One of the best rides in a Gold Cup ever. Back then it was still the Cotsburg Gold Cup. He was in last place with 2 furlongs to go and circled the entire field.
There you go.
Classic.
1994, Alto Jane. 1994, Asian Jane. Yes. 1996, Rambrino. 1997, one of my favorite horses from Barbados, Incitatus. They called him the Crane, a horse who also ran with distinction in Canada. Incitatus did. 1998, Federico won with my friend Simon Husbands in the saddle.
So those would have been back-to-back Creole horses then.
And there you go. Federico ran in the Super Stakes in Jamaica in the same year. Didn't run so very well, but he ran in the Super Stakes. I remember him in 1998. We're going to take a break here. When we come back, we'll tell you who are the winners of the Gold Cup from 1999 forward. More history to mention in that period because there was a horse who reloved 3 consecutive victories in this most prestigious of contests.
Up every single race. Paradise is we name. Come over and you will fall in love. I should stay, have a special time of the year where we just get away. Most beautiful display. Don't search a million ways, travel a million miles to find a vibe like this and have a time like this. You may have a million problems, need some place to ease your mind. Welcome to my place, oh yeah. We
Barbados is a beautiful island in the Caribbean that represents many things for many people. It is the perfect holiday getaway, a foodie paradise, the birthplace of rum, and the home of Rihanna. Welcome to Barbados.
My Caribbean crew! Barbados is bringing you 365 days of endless vibes, an isle away. We chasing the vibes from crop over in the summer to Food and Rum Festival in October. And Run Barbados in December. And we want you to experience it all. We have special rates and deals for every vibe chaser. So visit islewaybb.com to learn more. Vibes powered by the Barbados Tourism Marketing Inc., Isle Away BB Book Barbados, and National Cultural Foundation of Barbados.
Why do we love football?
Because out there, on that pitch, we're all the same.
Fear you're missing out? Don't miss another event with SportsMax. Enjoy full live content on our YouTube channel. Keep up to date with all things sports. Rewatch highlights of your favorite zone moments. Join our community and share in the passion of sports viewers everywhere. Like, comment, share, and subscribe to the SportsMax YouTube channel today.
On Saturday, Detroit Pistons battle the Cleveland Cavaliers, 7:30 p.m., 8:30 p.m. ECT on SportsMax.
Out of the top five, Derby County hope to start their trek back up the table.
Derby fired up and ready to go.
They play away to second place Plymouth, who are just 3 points off the top.
It flew past him, perfectly placed.
Plymouth, Derby County from Home Park. Watch this English League One showdown on Tuesday, 3 p.m. 4 ECT on SportsMax Plus.
The World Baseball Classics is on your home of champions all season long. Catch all the action on SportsMax, SportsMax 2, SportsMax Plus, and the SportsMax app.
The track is designed more or less a footprint of Belmont Park in New York. Beautiful long sweeping bends and over a quarter of a mile straight. The sand is, in particular, I think is the best in the world. You're always going to get kicked back, but the sand is kind of thin. It doesn't stick on the horse's face, and I've seen horses coming from the back here, so it's not just speed orientated. It's a track that caters front runners and horses closers. So it's kind of is a unique track for the dirt.
Dirt track's really nice. Obviously, with any dirt track, you're going to get a certain element of kickback. I haven't ridden on American dirt surfaces, but the kickback, it does come back, but it's very light and fluffy. You can win from anywhere. You can win making the running or dropping in. And I've won on plenty of horses that have performed well back in the UK on turf, and won their first, second, third starts on the dirt over here. So certainly it's, I don't think you need an out and out dirt horse to go on the track.
You don't want to miss this. This game's too fast, too tough, and too big to ignore. There's nothing like League. And this is the Betfred Super League.
You're never far from home when you're watching Scene TV. We bring the Caribbean to you. And now it's even easier to stay up to date on all things Caribbean when you subscribe to our YouTube channel. Latest action in sports, the biggest news stories in the region, and all the excitement in the world of entertainment. So join our community today. And don't forget to like, share, comment, and click the notification bell to stay informed. Scene TV, your preferred eye to the Caribbean.
Football fans, how's your knowledge of the Jamaica Premier League? Put it to the test and win weekly giveaways when you play JPL Trivia Fridays. Questions are based on JPL matches played the previous week and can be answered via our social media pages using the hashtag JPLTF. Fridays just became more exciting with JPL Trivia Fridays.
Welcome back to the 40th running of the Sandy Lane Barbados Gold Cup. And yes, folks, we are getting closer to race time, but what we're seeing behind us is a spectacle of no mean order. I mean, if I never see another race again, if I never attend another race day anywhere in the world again, I'll be fine, because what I've seen here is off the chart. It is meteoric. Patrick Salt Bellamy is the man who has been providing the analysis. Patrick, this is your country. Barbados has been known for pomp and pageantry around Gold Cup Day.
Yes.
But my God, man, this is tremendous. This is over the top. This is too much.
Really and truly, I was going to ask you off the air, is this something you've ever experienced in terms of the build-up to a race?
Never.
So we have the cheerleaders from various secondary schools. We saw the St. Michael's School cheerleaders, and there are some dominant athletes here in our BSAC. It's obviously track season here in Barbados. Their cheerleaders are in fine form, ready for BSAC. We had dance in Africa. We saw contestants from a competition we have on here in Barbados called Beige to the World, where we bring all of the talent to the fore of the country, and they were on parade as well as the cadet band. We can see now the Royal Barbados, the Barbados Police Service Band, they're making their way here, as well as some other dancers, as we continue to see this waving the flags. So much color, so much it's an explosion of color, vibration, vibrance. I can't get enough of it. And this is the first time for me seeing the parade from this vantage point. Normally I am by the gates, as I told you, and I'm actually kind of annoyed that what's going on down there, that they're taking so long to get to the race. Now that I'm here, I totally understand and appreciate the spectacle that is being produced by the Barbados Turf Club to build up for the Sandy Lane Gold Cup 2023.
In my build-up to the broadcast, I said that nobody knows how to throw a party like a Barbadian. Nobody knows how to throw parties like Bajans do. And my gosh, I'm more than impressed. I'm bowled over by what I'm witnessing here. The parade was led off by a 10-piece marching band. I thought that was it. Then they were followed by some youngsters marching in formation. Then another group of youngsters, and I thought, okay, that was it. Then they were followed by a 31-piece marching band, and I thought, oh, that was it. Then they were followed by performers on stilts, and now we have the police marching band just behind our commentary point, over my shoulder. Oh my, Barbados, you've outdone yourself this year.
I would say that this marching band, the police marching band, has in about 40 people.
Wow.
Yes. So that's just my quick calculation.
So 3 marching bands in the among the performers on the track.
And every marching band bigger than the last.
Yes, and that's the point. So it's in ascending order. 10, 30 odd, 40 odd. More than 80 people in marching bands, 3 marching bands. This is tremendous. Patrick spoke of an explosion of color. I'm going to give you another description. So look at it from the top. Imagine it's a swimming pool and there's liquid in it. So we could say that the Garrison Savannah today is suffused in color. There's color everywhere you look. The greenery of nature, the brown track, the green of the racetrack, and then the people and what they're adorning, the decoration of the place. Barbados Tourism Marketing Inc., BTMI, and their collaborators have outdone themselves. Speaking of the BTMI, they have a few big events left for the rest of the year, because this just isn't it. And I'm not talking about the events in any order, but I remember Run Barbados last year, which I was a part of, which was tremendous. Which comes
I was a
back
part of that as well.
in December. Yeah, December this year, Run Barbados. Then we have the Rum Festival, October 19 to 22. You're going to be a part of that as well?
Yes, I'm going to be a part of that this year as well. As Climax is on my birthday, so even if I'm not a part officially, I'll be a part. Yes.
And then crop over.
Crop over for sure.
Oh my.
And that's going to be started. Well, we had the announcement yesterday, and we're going to ramp that up in earnest in June. And we know we climax crop over with Kadooment Day, the first Monday of August. The Run Barbados, I believe it will be December 8th to 10th. And the Rum Festival will be climaxing on the 22nd of October.
There you go.
Every month there's something to do here in Barbados. As George said, no one throws a party like a Bajan. And that's why we're here to lime. Like as you said, we keep mentioning it all the time. Everyone is here. They're not necessarily horse racing fans. They're fans of Barbados. They're fans of Barbadiana.
Yep, I've seen big races, big race days at Caymanas Park, many in my lifetime. I've seen massive crowds at the track, but I've never seen anything remotely like this. The party that is being thrown around the big race. This, I don't think it's possible to copy what I've seen here. This has to be unique. This is Bajan as Bajan gets. This should be trademarked, this party. This is more than spectacular. We'll have to invent a new adjective to describe what we are seeing here. At this time, though, I can take the chance to tell you about some of the other champions, the other winners of the Barbados Gold Cup over the years. So in the 39 we've seen prior to today, we stopped at 1998 where Federico won for Simon Husbands.
By Simon Husbands.
Yeah, trainer owner Richard Edwards and trainer C. Jones, MBE. Challenger Jones there in 1998. 1999, Peace Envoy. I spoke to his trainer earlier. Now, Peace Envoy, Patrick, we must remind our listeners and our viewers, won this race trained by a trainer who was 19 years old, Atty Joseph.
Yes, and ridden by Anderson Ward at the time. A beautiful ride, and a popular win at the Garrison as well.
Right? Now 2000.
From switch millennium.
Yeah, from 2000 to 2003, 2002, something special happened. One horse won 3 consecutive editions of the Sandy Lane Gold Cup. One horse, the Sandy Lane Barbados Gold Cup. Blast of Storm, John O'Jones, owned by Sally Arbib, trained by William C. Marshall, won from 2000, won in 2001, won in 2002, and then retired after that. So history created the first time a horse was winning 3 consecutive editions of the Gold Cup, though Sanford Prince was the first to win 3 editions of the Gold Cup, but not consecutively, Patrick.
Yes, and the thing about Grasses Town, if you look into the parade ring any given day in Barbados and you see the statue, that statue is of Blast of Storm, because that is the mark that horse left on the Garrison Savannah. As we said, ridden by Jonathan Jones, trained by Bill Marshall, and just took the Garrison Savannah and Barbados by storm.
And that was a golden period because not only did William C. Marshall win 3, he went on the next year to win 4 straight editions of the Sandy Lane Barbados Gold Cup because his Thady Quill won in 2003. The
Also
same
with
jockey, John O'Jones. So John O'Jones' 4 Gold Cup victories came in consecutive years, another record. So the connections are great all round.
Jonathan Jones now retired, but his son is right in.
There you go. All right, 2004, so Kathir, Slade Callahan for Eugene and Laura Melnick, and Issa, a Canadian horse, won in 2004. 2005, so Feet on Flames. Anderson Tom Trotman in the saddle. 2006, Sharp Impact for Patrick Husbands. Patrick won the race first time in 1990 with Vardar.
So you really understand the quality of Patrick Husbands. He's been our #1 exported jockey for years, but such a long break between the Gold Cup victories. Now I remember that victory on that was on Sharp Impact.
That 2006.
Yes, and that would have been with the shocking pink of Gay Smith, and that would have been trained by Edward Walker at that time, I believe. Yeah.
Number 2007, Whiskey for Me. Ricky Walker riding for Asia Syndicate, the owner, and Mrs. Elizabeth Dean, the trainer of that one. Then 2008, Pure Temptation, Anderson Ward for Lord Michael Taylor, Clifton Racing. Then 2009, Daylight Express, same connections. Anderson Ward again, Lord Michael Taylor, Robert Pierce, the trainer. 2010, Stirwins, Patrick Bummel Husbands, yet again for Mark Cassie, his governor in Canada.
Yes, no, with that win now, I would like anyone to go back and watch that victory in 2010. That was a stretch finish there. He also came way off the pace with a grey horse that Gold Cup there. I remember the Garrison was a buzz. Actually, when Patrick crossed the lane, he rubbed the jockeys next to him. Yeah, that was the kind of race it was that day. Yeah.
2011 saw Zoom for Antonio Bishop for Mrs. Gay Smith, the owner.
Asterisk next to that one. It wasn't the first past the post winning as a result of a
disqualification.
Disqualification.
So the stewards intervened. All right, 2012, Dancing David won for Jalon Samuel. Jalon Samuel's first win for Sir David Seal and Mrs. Elizabeth Dean. Then 2013, Aristodemus, Anderson Tom Trotman for Sir David Seal and Mrs. Elizabeth Dean once again. Then 2014, Patrick Husbands with his third success in the big event. Major Marvel for Kenneth and Sarah Ramsey, Michael Maker, the trainer of that one.
This is when we started to get the Ramsey dominance then and the Ramsey entries into the Gold Cup. Before that, we would have mentioned Pure Temptation and Daily Express. It took me back on a lot of memory with the times of the Lord Michael Taylor horses dominating the Garrison. We had a time then with Eugene Melnick sending his horses, and now we are into the era that I like to call the Ramsey era.
Yeah, Major Marvel, Patrick Husbands' 4th win. 2015 Sailors Creek, Wika Walcott for Kenneth and Sarah Ramsey, Michael Maker again, and this one was another American who came and conquered all in this Barbados Gold Cup.
That was a lovely race and was a really a good storyline for Rico because he had missed the previous edition of the Gold Cup. He was not well and he came back the year after and won first past the post. Congratulations to him.
All right. The 2016 event went to Dorset. Jalon Samuel again for Steve and Alan Madu. Robert Pierce, the trainer. Then 2017 Dorset again. Jalon Samuel for Stephen Alan Madu and Robert Pierce. And Dorset was trying to emulate Blast of Storm by winning 3 consecutive races, but 2018 he ran up into a horse called Sir Dudley Diggs. Jalon Samuel won riding for Kenneth and Sarah Ramsey.
That was when Mr. Ramsey said to himself he can't get this jockey beat. I'm going to get the jockey instead. He brought Jalon over to Major Marvel and defeated Dorset then.
All right, 2019 saw Celestial Storm. Richard Hughes for the estate of CN Paravicino, and that was a Barbadian horse winning that race that year. And then 2020, the last time we had the Gold Cup, Night Prowler, Jalon Samuel with win number 5, the only jockey to win 5 editions of the Sandy Lane Barbados Gold Cup for Sir David Seal, the owner. Elizabeth Dean, the trainer, a Barbadian horse, winning Barbados' biggest horse race, one of the biggest cultural sporting entertainment events on the whole island, Night Prowler in 2020.
Celestial Storm being the last filly to win the race as well. A brilliant ride. If you just noticed on camera, I gave a thumbs up to the starter at the Garrison Savannah, Mr. Mark Batson. He's there ready to get the Gold Cup started. It was scheduled to start in 10 minutes. I don't think we're going to be in 10 minutes, but it's important to know for the first time, as we continue to add to the spectacle of the Gold Cup, we're going to be running under the lights.
Excellent. I was waiting for you to say that. All right, here we are now. We're going to send you to a feature, listeners and viewers. Of course, viewers on SportsMax, the home of champions, listeners on Nationwide 90 from the Revolution in Media in Jamaica. We're going to toss you to a feature on two special horses in this event, American Diamond and Tallahatchie Bridge. Tallahatchie Bridge is the favorite going into the event. Both those horses are trained by one of the hottest trainers in all of North America, not just at Gulfstream Park where he is headquartered, but Safi Joseph Jr. is a Barbadian trainer who has been making miracles in North America for a few seasons now. He's among the top dogs in the training ranks, and he has two horses in this event, American Diamond and Tallahatchie Bridge. We prepared this feature.
Both of these horses are coming off a win, and the first one, American Diamond, he came off a 365 and more days layoff, and he won first time out. So I thought that race was going to bring him on, but he won. So like, he only could get better at this stage. He was training in Ocala before we shipped over and taking the change in direction pretty good. Running the bends pretty good, so I'm happy with how they're doing. Well, as I say, I had the last 2 weeks to try to convert them, and try to do some bend running, run them in the turns a little bit, and they were doing really good. Both him and Tallahatchie. Tallahatchie's a big, taller horse and stuff with a long stride, and surprisingly, he really handled himself. Well, I could say, one come off a layoff and peak, and one ran last time out, and he won as well. And based on their body structure, one is physically a little short and stout. He might be up there early, and Tallahatchie got a lot of legs, so when he wind up, he gonna be winding up and coming, Yeah, everybody come to win, but like for Mr. Ramsey, this is like a big event, big party, He just loves the atmosphere, and he feel like king, Like he's just happy to be here, and everybody's friendly with him and stuff, and whatever the outcome be, will be, but he just happy to be here, He like how the Barbadians welcome him and stuff, but it's not that he coming to just get the check and go, but he just love it being in Barbados.
Renaissance Fowler is doing really well. I got on him on Monday morning, I worked him, I breezed him a half mile, breezed really good, galloped out really good. He's healthy and strong going into the race, and all is well so far. Well, we only have 9 in the race, so it's a smaller field, it's less traffic, My plan is just focus on a break, focus on a good break, and take it from there. Riding for Sir David Steele in the Barbados Gold Cup gives me much more confidence. He's won the most Gold Cups, more Gold Cups than any other owner here in Barbados, so that's a plus going into the race.
One event, it's open, so international horses invited to take their chance on this specific and particular galloping course. For 3-year-olds and over, it's a Gold Cup and $200,000, kindly donated by Sandalane Hotel, so making for a total purse of $214,000 Barbados dollars. The winner will walk away with $120,000. That's 60,000 US dollars, 45,000 for second, 25,000 Barbados dollars for third, 15,000 for fourth. It goes all the way down to sixth. Fifth is 5,000, sixth, $4,000, and no apprentice allowance in this field. The stakes record for this journey of 1,800 meters, 9 furlongs, 1 minute 48 and 6 tenths of a second. Blast of Storm, or if you may, 3/5 if you're going by the fifth. So 1 minute 48 and 3/5 for Blast of Storm, who set that stakes record in 2001 and again in 2002, equaled by his stable companion Thady Quill in 2006. A track record of 148 and 6. Of course, the stakes record and the track record are both the same and all those, well, that record of 1 minute 48 and 3/5 of a second or 6/10 of a second, owned by Blast of Storm, who did it twice, 2001 and 2002, and stable companion Thady Quill. It's the big one.
It's the big one.
Let's go horse by horse now,
And let's take our time with them. We haven't even
Bellamy.
seen the horses come out as yet.
Yes, we have a lot of time on our hands.
Yes.
All right. Number one, Vividly. She's a 6-year-old bay mare, ridden by R. Bowen. She's
Rocco
by
Bowen, yeah?
Rocco Bowen, 6-year-old bay mare, Charm Spirit, Zero Gravity by Danzili, bred by Judmond Farms Incorporated. Now, nobody needs to tell you that Judmond Farms is one of the biggest breeding and racing operations in the world. For those of you who know your horse racing, I won't be telling you anything you don't know, but for those of you who don't follow the sport, you'll be surprised to know, you'll be interested to know rather. Judmond Farms, they are the owners of the thoroughbred, rated by Timeform as the greatest racehorse of all time. That was Frankel, trained by the late great Sir Henry Cecil. Frankel, who raced 14 times, unbeaten 14 times, multiple Group 1 winner, and among his Group 1 successes, the 2000 Guineas, where he destroyed rivals at Newmarket. Judmont International, they raced Frankel. Judmont also raced the great Enable, the 2-time winner of the Prix de l'Arc de Triomphe, in the hands of Frankie Dettori, for owner and, well, for trainer John Gosden, who conquered Longchamp, Paris Longchamp, conquered twice by Enable, who also conquered Group 1 races in Europe, in the United States, because it was a Breeders' Cup winner as well. So the Judmont colours, world famous. Arrogate also carried the Judmont colours to success in the Dubai World Cup. So right the world over, Judmont is a huge deal. They're the ones who have bred number one, Vividly. The groom is Justin Coppin. The owner is Miss Jaleesa Callender, Darwin Clark, and Mrs. Beth Cock. Vividly is number one in this field. Do you like Vividly's chances? The only female in this 9-horse field.
Every horse in this race has a chance. That's the first thing. I interviewed Jalissa last week. She told me she's feeling confident. Let's remember now that Vividly's stablemate Jocular, who we saw win earlier today, defeating Dominus. So that barn knows what it's doing. It's ridden by Rocco Bowen, so the same connections again. So you will be a fool to leave this one off, or to look past this one, I should say.
All right, number two rather, is a 5-year-old bay gelding. That's American Diamond. Rico Walcott rides. 129 pounds is the impost. Safi Joseph Jr. trains this horse, bred by John C. Oxley and owned by that man who knows a thing or a few about owning our Gold Cup winners, Kenneth Ramsey, in concert with his wife, Sarah K. Ramsey.
Rico, having won the Gold Cup before, has the experience of the way he's riding based overseas, and these connections have crossed the line before in front. What they have done this time again is send 2 horses in the race. Their co-favorite then with Tallahatchie Bridge. We've seen it before with them, that the one that everybody at the Garrison was looking at is not the one that won the race. So American Diamond in with a great chance because it's a quality horse.
There you go. All right, number 3 is So Suave, a 6-year-old bay horse by Make Believe, or the stylish one by Invincible Spirit. Again, for those in the know about their racing, the dam sire Invincible Spirit of So Suave. Invincible Spirit is the sire of one of the greatest milers European flat racing has seen in the last 10, 11, 12 years. That horse, Kingman, a 2000 Guineas winner, multiple Group 1 winner, also trained by John Gosden. And Kingman is the sire of some outstanding horses who won multiple Group 1 races in Europe and outside. So the bloodline of So Suave is extremely strong. Bred by Belmont BS, Glenville BS, and C. McAvoy. Groomed by Harry Carter, owned by Mrs. Nalicia Cozier, and J.M. Cozier, of course, is the trainer of So Suave, ridden by Antonio Bishop.
John Mark Cozier, winner last time out in the prep race for the Sandy Lane Gold Cup, which will be the Coolmore. And we spoke earlier in the broadcast about watching which jockey who goes to the whip last. Patrick Husband's BSS rode So Suave in that race, and he did not go to the whip once. So that would tell you a thing or two. However, another thing that you may want to take some inspiration from will be the fact that Patrick has chosen not to ride So Suave in this race.
We're going to talk about that, my friend. It's a gamble number 4, a 5-year-old bay horse by English Channel, out of Yes It's Pink by Yes It's True, bred by Ron Lombardi. The groom is Roger Eiffel, and the owner is Mr. Mark Goodrich Casey. I anticipate Casey means King's Counsel, so I assume that Mr. Goodrich is an eminent attorney at law. Jalon Samuel, Mr. Sandy Lane Gold Cup, is in the saddle for trainer Lovell.
No, the big name jockey, the big day jockey with the big name is on board of It's a Gamble. And if he's taking that gamble, a lot of people at the Garrison Savannah today are taking that gamble as well.
Number 5 is a talking horse in the event, Tallahatchie Bridge. Everybody has been talking about Tallahatchie Bridge. He's a 4-year-old chestnut colt by Will Take Charge out of Sheba's Secret by King Mambo, bred by Ken Ramsey and Sarah Ramsey. Owned by Mr. Kenneth and Sarah Ramsey. So the owners are the breeders. Safi Joseph Jr. trains this one, and Patrick Bobel Husbands is in the saddle.
Tallahatchie Bridge, obviously the quality of the field today. The standout, if you had to pick one in terms of the connections, the best jockey on island, arguably so. And a barn, coming from a barn that has won before, trainers that has won before, and Patrick may very well be looking to knock himself back up with Jalon today.
Yes, indeed. Number 6 is Brilliant News, a 4-year-old bay colt by Camacho, Bell of Blues by Blues Traveler, bred by Russell Bloodstock Limited, groomed by Edwin Blackman, owned by that man, the man who was owned 8 previous winners of the Sandy Lane Barbados Gold Cup, Sir David Seal. The jockey is Ray Williams. The trainer is Andrew Pusha Nunes.
I'm a massive fan of Ray Williams. However, I have not been saying anything to recommend his riding today for this horse. Unfortunately, I really like Brilliant News as a horse. I think that this is the horse that has to come down from Hopefield Barn in a separate horse box because he's such of an aggressive horse, right? So maybe he can channel some of that aggression onto the field today, and we'll see what he can bring home.
All right, number 7 is Bodie Tap, and the 8-year-old bay horse by Bodemeister. Put It Tap by Tappet, bred by Robert E. Lowe and Lawana L. Lowe, groomed by Albert Collibor, owned by Mr. Mark Goodrich Casey. So Mark Goodrich Casey has 2 horses, his other horse being It's a Gamble, and this one will be ridden by Sean Levy of our trainer Lovell. Now, before you comment on Bodie Tap, I must tell my radio listeners about who Sean Levy is. Sean Levy is the first black jockey to win a classic race in the UK. He won aboard Bilston Brook the 1,000 guineas. The 1,000 guineas, of course, is the classic race confined to fillies. So fillies only in the 1,000 guineas. And I remember him pushing Bilston Brook to victory for trainer Richard Hannon. Richard Hannon, of course, is his governor. That's his stable. He's a stable jockey at the Richard Hannon barn. And Sean Levy, the man whose father was from Eswatini. He's African, has African blood, strong African blood. The first black man to win a classic race in Britain is riding here. Bodie Tap for Lovell. Bodie Tap, an 8-year-old bay horse.
Yes, and important to note, second in the last running of the Sandy Lane Gold Cup behind Night Prowler, so he has that to recommend him. And he's a favorite of a number of the people at the Garrison. The Real Birds really love Bodie Tap. I was surprised that they were so sweet on him for the Coolmore, and I was reminded then that he comes highly recommended. Based in St. John, out in the country, I often see the horse hot walking when I'm on my way into the country, and he's a very patient and loving horse at that. I was speaking to the owner, Mark, and he said there's something about that horse. He loves children. So maybe that's one of the things I was going to recommend him here today. Having spoken about how close the spectators are, this is a horse that is very patient, very even keeled, doesn't get too excited about anything, and doesn't get agitated easily. And having come second before, you can look for him close to there or thereabout.
Number 8 is Renaissance Frolic, the horse with the most money in the bank of all the horses in this race. He's 8 years old. He's by Painter out of Frolic's Appeal by Trippy, bred by Stride Right Racing Stables Inc., groomed by Anthony Williams, owner, that man again, Sir David Seal, and he has a K Carter in the saddle at 129 pounds. The trainer, Andrew Pusha Nunes.
Yes, this one is something I highly recommend. This is one of the horses that we have here that can leave Barbados' shores and run overseas and come back. So we're going to look at Renaissance Frolic. He's probably the favorite horse out of the Hopefield barn today. So you might want to keep an eye on that horse because, as you said all the time, 8 winners coming from Hopefield, coming from St. Philip. You can't discount that.
All right, number 9. The 9 horse in the field. The last one is Mohawk. He's a 6-year-old bay horse by Uncle Mo out of Princess Arabella by any given Saturday, bred by Summerwind Equine, groomed by O'Neill Lane, owned by Melrose Racing, and Robert Pierce looking for his 4th winner of the afternoon. The trainer is, and the jockey is none other than Rashid Hughes, riding at 129 pounds.
You know, and we have said, Robert Pierce has said, that he wants this to be his win number 4. At Mohawk in real life, but this is a massive horse. The horse is built sturdily. So at the post draw ceremony, I asked about that outside draw, and the jockey told me, Rashid told me, that's exactly where I wanted to be. I want to be able to come across, no interference or anything, and get to the front of the race because of the size of this horse. So hopefully Mohawk can do that and stir the pot a bit.
All right, so we have gone through the field. We haven't seen the horses emerge yet from the saddling area, from the stable area rather, to cross the road, the short walk to the paddock, and then from the paddock with the tack intact and across the track proper into the parade ring. We haven't seen them make that journey yet, and as a local Patrick Bellamy, what's the likelihood that we'll see those runners emerge anytime soon?
We will see them emerge immediately after the concert that we have going on. Remember, Barbados is all about throwing a party. We're throwing a spectacle. I think I can hear the vocals of the Kita right now, and the band started off with Savannah Grass out of from Cass in Trinidad and Tobago, I guess because it's the Garrison Savannah Grass. So I suspect because of the noise that the band will be keeping, they're not going to saddle the horses immediately next door to the track because it would disturb them. So I suspect the horses are being saddled over the road and they will come straight into the parade ring as long as this concert is over.
All right, so do we take a break and come right back and pick up the coverage of the Saturday in Barbados Gold Cup from the Garrison Savannah? And we send you, these are pictures of the stage where the entertainment is in full swing. So a little bit of everything, and a lot of everything else for the patrons here at the Garrison Savannah. Remember, it's an open track. Most of these patrons here have not paid to get in. They've just parked up and walked across.
Yes.
Not a cent to get in here. That's another point of uniqueness about the Saturday in Barbados Gold Cup. And our coverage continues after these.
Why do we love football?
Because out there, on that pitch, we're all the same.
Blackburn Rovers, league leaders Burnley, Sunday, March 19, 7 in the morning, 8 for the Eastern Caribbean, only on SportsMax Plus.
Oi! Are you watching? You don't want to miss this. This game's too fast, too tough, and too big to ignore. There's nothing like league. And this is the Betfred Super League.
Look at what we've achieved in the last 50 years at the WTA. We broke boundaries. We blazed our own trail. We celebrated our differences as well as our victories. 50 years of empowering each other. 50 years of risking it all to push us forward.
You have the opportunity to change the things that are happening.
Wins that made us gasp. Losses that made us cry. Battles that had us on the edge of our seats. Rivalries that grip the world. Inspiring the next generation by showing them what dedication means in our world.
Seeing that I can help these girls makes me feel absolutely amazing.
So where does our story go from here? Well, it's ours to write. WTA 50. Just starting.
Preston North End, Cardiff City, Saturday, March 11, 10 a.m., 11 ECT, only on SportsMax.
Welcome back to coverage of the Sandy Barbados Gold Cup, the 40th running of this big race. SportsMax, your home of champions, are bringing you coverage, and of course we are sharing the coverage with our listeners on nationwide 90 FM in Jamaica, a revolution in media. Just to tell you that we've gone through the field already. There's enough time for us to speak about each individual runner once again, so we won't be short of time. And just to mention at this point, Patrick, that we are having a situation where each horse in this race represents a parish in Barbados. American Diamond represents the parish of St. Peter. Bodie Tap represents St. Lucy. Brilliant News represents St. John. It's a Gamble is repping for the parish of St. Philip. Mohawk is running for St. James. Renaissance Frolic represents St. Michael. So Suave represents Bridgetown. Tallahatchie Bridge, St.
Stage. Come on, y'all can do better than that. People, make some noise for Masala. Woo! And now we're going to pay a tribute to this beautiful island, Barbados. And right on that stage, the beige to the world winner for 2022 will be singing the song written by Emmy Straker of the Merry Men. The name of the song is Beautiful Barbados. The name of the singer, Tyreek Griffith. Make some noise and welcome the brother, the champion singer for 2022. Get ahead, Tyreek.
Good evening. Welcome to my beautiful island, Barbados. If you know this song, you can sing along with me. Let's go. Beautiful Barbados, gem of the Caribbean Sea. Come back to my island, Barbados. Come back to my island and me. Please come back when the night winds are blowing. Please come back to the sun and the sea. You'll find rest, you'll find peace in Barbados. Come back to my island and me. Beautiful, beautiful Barbados. It's the gem on the Caribbean Sea. Please come back to my island, Barbados. Come back to my island and me. Please come back where the night winds are blowing. Please you'll find peace in Barbados. So come back to my island and me. Please come back to my island and me. Thank you, everyone.
Beautiful Barbados. Now, of course, going around on the track, we have the starter in the golf cart, Mr. Mark Batson, and he's going right around the track because he's the man who'll be starting the Gold Cup, which is the 40th Gold Cup of Sandy Lane right here at the beautiful Garrison Savannah in beautiful Barbados. As soon as the starter gets back, of course, you will hear the fanfare for the jockeys to mount their horses. And then, ladies and gentlemen, the real show begins. The horse race. Gold Cup. $250,000 at stake. Oh my gosh.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we're just going to make an interruption here to pause and do the presentation for race number 8. And, of course, the presentation to be made by none other than Mrs. Joanne Roy, and she's Director of Finance, Risk and Compliance at Sandy Lane. She makes the presentations to winning connections of race number 8, Virginia Park. So congratulations to the successful winners of the Green Monkey Trophy Handicap Division A over 1,570 meters. Once again, thanks very much to Mrs. Joanne Roy Director of Finance, Risk and Compliance at the Sandy Lane Hotel.
La Liga is on your home of champions. Osasuna battles Celta Vigo Monday, 3 p.m., 4 for the Eastern Caribbean on SportsMax 2.
See the Brooklyn Nets in action at home on Sunday as the Charlotte Hornets come calling. 6 p.m., 7 p.m. ECT on SportsMax.
Blackburn Rovers, league leaders Burnley, Sunday, March 19, 7 in the morning, 8 for the Eastern Caribbean, only on SportsMax Plus. The World Baseball Classics is on your home of champions all season long. Catch all the action on SportsMax, SportsMax 2, SportsMax Plus, and the SportsMax app.
Join the growing number of Scene subscribers and keep in touch with everything from the Caribbean, including the ISA Schoolboy Football Season, exclusive from Jamaica. Call your cable operator and ask for Scene TV via Optimum in the Northeast US market and Bell & Rogers in Canada, or come straight to the source at www.scene.tv and pay $4.99 a month. Be at home away from home. Subscribe today.
Why do we love football?
Because out there, on that pitch, we're all the same.
Look at what we've achieved in the last 50 years at the WTA. We broke boundaries. We blazed our own trail. We celebrated our differences as well as our victories. 50 years of empowering each other. 50 years of risking it all to push us forward.
You have the opportunity to change the things that are happening.
Wins that made us gasp. Losses that made us cry. Battles that had us on the edge of our seats. Rivalries that grip the world. Inspiring the next generation by showing them what dedication means in our world.
Seeing that I can help these girls makes me feel absolutely amazing.
So where does our story go from here? Well, it's ours to write. WTA 50, just starting.
Out of the top 5, Derby County hope to start their trek back up the table.
Derby fired up and ready to go.
They play away to second place Plymouth, who are just 3 points off the top.
It flew past him, perfectly placed.
Plymouth, Derby County from Home Park. Watch this English League One showdown on Tuesday, 3 p.m. 4 ECT on SportsMax Plus.
Why do we love football?
Because out there, on that pitch, we're all the same.
I'm Sergio Asenjo. Watch La Liga on SportsMax.
Fear you're missing out? Don't miss another event with SportsMax. Enjoy full live content on our YouTube channel. Keep up to date with all things sports. Rewatch highlights of your favorite zone moments. Join our community and share in the passion of sports viewers everywhere. Like, comment, share, and subscribe to the SportsMax YouTube channel today.
You're never far from home when you're watching Scene TV. We bring the Caribbean to you. And now it's even easier to stay up to date on all things Caribbean when you subscribe to our YouTube channel. The latest action in sports, the biggest news stories in the region, and all the excitement in the world of entertainment. So join our community today. And don't forget to like, share, comment, and click the notification bell to stay informed. Scene TV, your preferred eye to the Caribbean.
On Saturday, Detroit Pistons battle the Cleveland Cavaliers. 7:30 p.m., 8:30 p.m. ECT on SportsMax.
Oi! Are you watching? You don't want to miss this. This game's too fast, too tough, and too big to ignore. There's nothing like League. And this is the Betfred Super League.
The track is designed more or less a footprint of Barbados Park in New York. Beautiful long sweeping bends and over a quarter of a mile straight. The sand is, in particular, I think is the best in the world. You're always going to get kicked back, but the sand is kind of thin. It doesn't stick on the horse's face, and I've seen horses coming from the back here, so it's not just speed orientated. It's a track that caters front runners and horses closers. So it's kind of it's a unique track for the dirt.
Dirt track's really nice. Obviously, with any dirt track, you're going to get a certain element of kickback. I haven't ridden on American dirt surfaces, but the kickback, it does come back, but it's very light and fluffy. You can win from anywhere. You can win making the running or dropping in. And I've won on plenty of horses that have performed well back in the UK on turf, and won their first, second, third starts on the dirt over here. So certainly, it's I don't think you need an out-and-out dirt horse to go on the track.
The best young talents European teams have to offer go head-to-head on the biggest stage. Watch the UEFA Youth League all season long on your home of champions.
Austin, Texas, the WTA is coming to you. Watch some of the world's best women compete on the hard surfaces at Westwood Country Club. The inaugural ATS Open, March 2 to 5 on SportsMax, SportsMax 2, and the SportsMax app.
Football fans, how's your knowledge of the Jamaica Premier League? Put it to the test and win weekly giveaways when you play JPL Trivia Fridays. Questions are based on JPL matches played the previous week and can be answered via our social media pages using the hashtag JPLTF. Fridays just became more exciting with JPL Trivia Fridays.
On Saturday, Detroit Pistons battled the Cleveland Cavaliers. 7:30 p.m., 8:30 p.m. ECT on SportsMax. On Saturday, Detroit Pistons battled the Cleveland Cavaliers. 7:30 p.m., 8:30 p.m. ECT on SportsMax.
It's with an absolute beauty. And that's curled home beautifully.
Catch the EFL Sky Bet Championship all season long on the home of champions.
Austin, Texas, the WTA is coming to you. The inaugural ATS Open, March 2 to 5 on SportsMax, SportsMax 2, and the SportsMax app.
Rocco has already done it. First Gold Cup under the lights. Has decent form. Is not a stellar field, but it's a very, very competitive field. I think basically maybe 6 horses has a chance of winning this race.
Okay, so let's go. American Diamond.
in with a shot. Rico Walker has won already with Sailors Creek.
So suave.
Well, he won the Coolmore Home of Champions very easily under Patrick Husbands, who defects to Tallahatchie Bridge. So standard practice is that you will follow the jockeys. And Tony Bishop picks up a good ride. It's a great opportunity for him to go even one better with So Suave.
Okay, so it's a gamble.
Well, it's really a gamble. Jalon Samuel has done it all 5 Gold Cups in 12 appearances. You can't ask for better than that, but I think he will have his work cut out for him today.
Tallahatchie Bridge.
Tallahatchie Bridge, a victory at Tampa Bay last effort. Patrick Husbands and Ernst cannot be discarded. Must stand a chance, but not overly excited. I'm not overly excited about Tallahatchie Bridge.
Brilliant news.
Well, if Brilliant News win, the news will be doubly brilliant.
Body tap.
Body tap, if he's 85% fit, I think he will give this field a belly full of running.
Okay. Well, what about Renaissance Frolic?
Renaissance Frolic is the class horse of the race. Unfortunately, he has not raced since July last year. That's a big question mark. He was in Barbados from December. He has not raced in 4 race days at Barbados. Again, another question mark, best left alone.
And your final starter, Mohawk.
Mohawk is the genuine front runner of the pack. Has good form coming out of Gulfstream Park. And if Rashid Hughes can get across from the outside, this is an opportunity for him to test his mettle against the best.
And are you referring to the jockey or are you referring to the horse?
Of course I'm referring to the jockeys. When you look at it, Patrick Husbands, 4 wins, a 7-time champion in Canada, 8-time Sovereign Award winner. Jalon Samuels, 5 Sandy Lane Barbados Gold Cup. Rocco Boyne, the only Barbadian to win 4 championships or any jockey's riding championship in America. Fantastic achievement. Rico Walker has won numerous titles at Century Mile and Northlands Park. He's won the Gold Cup before the Sailors Creek. I don't think you could get a higher quality caliber of jockey, so this is an opportunity for Rashid Hughes to step up again. He did so with the Grey Celestial Storm in 2019. Can he do it again? But he will have to ride out of his skin.
Okay, Lyndon, thank you very much. As the loading process is in an advanced stage, as we could see, Tallahatchie Bridge is still outside. Also is Renaissance Frolic and Mohawk. As Brilliant News goes up, goes in. So it's Tallahatchie Bridge. And for the call of the 2023 Sandy Lane Barbados Gold Cup, I'm joined by Dr. Dean Springer.
Thank you very much, Neil. Tallahatchie Bridge is the one they're trying with now. Still outside Renaissance Frolic and Mohawk. And what will invariably be one doozy of a horse race. Tallahatchie Bridge just being a little reluctant to go up for Pat Husbands. Mohawk just standing quietly behind, so to Renaissance Frolic. And now Tallahatchie Bridge goes in. There's 2 more to load. And these are Mohawk and Renaissance Frolic. Renaissance Frolic being brought forward. He joins the lineup. Mohawk to the last to load. And he goes in. Racing for the 2023 Sandy Lane Barbados Gold Cup is on its way to the roar of the crowd. And Mohawk is the one who's fastest away from the gate. So with a mile to go, it is Mohawk who lays on the outside body tap. Renaissance Frolic is out early, so too is Vividly. Then on the inside behind horses, I can find American Diamond between horses. It's a gamble. It's a gamble. Then towards the outside, So Suave. The last pair are Tallahatchie Bridge and Brilliant News. A roaring crowd as they thunder around the paddock bend. The opening quarter, 24-1. And Mohawk will not have traffic as an excuse today. Sean Levy has body tap in second. Vividly and Rocco Boyner's third. Renaissance Frolic is on the outside of that one. Down the inside is American Diamond. Towards the outside, it's a gamble. As they round the far turn and head up the hill, the opening half, 48-4. They head up the hill. They've just got over 3 furlongs to go, and it's still Mohawk. On the outside, Bodie Top pressing the issue. It's a gamble is there. Renaissance Frolic running a big race. Vividly is falling backwards as they come inside the quarter pole. And it's Mohawk trying to make all the running. Renaissance Frolic is running at him. And these two have separated themselves along with It's a Gamble. And there are no more turns. And Brilliant News gets a lovely letting on the inside. It's a Gamble on the inside. And on the outside, Tallahatchie Bridge is flying between horses. Right on the outside, Renaissance Frolic. It's a Gamble at Tallahatchie Bridge. It's a Gamble, a sure thing today. Wins it from Tallahatchie Bridge. So Suave came storming through. Renaissance runs forth. And the last one home is Bodie Top. The winner came home in 1:50-1.
$150 and 1/5. The final time for the 40th Sandy Lane Barbados Gold Cup. We're just gonna wait on the results to go up on the board, but there's no doubt about the winner. If you'll just clear the trot, the winner is coming up the stretch. If you'll just clear the trot, just watch out, the horses are coming up the stretch. So ladies and gentlemen,
Linden Yard,
the
what a horse race.
What a race, Linden, what a race.
With the golden arm, the man with the golden hand, Jalon Samuel, It's a Gamble, Mark Goodrich, and Rommel Perkins Lovell.
Yeah.
Many
and another person's name who should be added to that list, my good friend Ted Holder.
Ted, yep.
Ted dealt with this horse throughout quarantine. He told me last night, we were talking about the race, and early this morning, he said, Dean, if he gets around the paddock bend without any trouble, he'll win. He was very confident. He looked after this horse throughout this quarantine period, kept him ticking over, getting him right for the Gold Cup. Of course, gotta give congratulations to all of them involved. Mark Goodrich, of course, Rommel Lovell, the trainer of record, of course. And what can we say about Jalon Samuels? The man is Mr. Gold Cup. Really and truly, what a race. You know, he came through the hill and just started to pick them off one by one. I gotta say, a great run also came from Tallahatchie Bridge, because he was dead last with just about three furlongs to go, and he just traveled into the race nicely.
Also, Dean, you also have to say a very good run by Renaissance Frolic.
Oh, huge run.
A very huge run.
I think what I found interesting is when the turbo horn, it looked like Brilliant News. Got such a wonderful run through on the inside. Just wasn't good enough to get by the front horses, but as it turned to the judge, It's a Gamble, Renaissance Frolic running a huge race. Tallahatchie Bridge rumbling home, so suave. Also just came home well, but in the end, it was It's a Gamble, a sure thing today. As my friend Ted told me, he's praying to win, and congratulations to all concerned. He was very confident.
And there's Rommel Lovell getting a hug there from Jalon Samuel. And I must say, Dean, I can assure everybody in St. John
Oh, yeah.
Wakefield. They are jumping.
Albert is going to not keep quiet for about a month.
I'm going to hear them every day for the next month or so. Every time I pass going towards boat table, I know I'm going to hear them. Mark Goodrich is all smiles.
Yeah, you know, Mark has been around here trying for so long to get some of these big races, and congratulations to him. It's a gamble, just ran a corker of a race.
Dean, check out the fractions. 24-1,
48-4,
113-3,
138 flat,
and 150-1.
So they really traveled the opening half. They stepped it up really quickly. There was a couple of surprises in here.
Yeah.
One of the things that surprised me was Vividly was being that close up.
Early on, yeah.
She's normally a closer.
Yeah,
And I was surprised to see her up in the firing line that early.
Yeah.
Renaissance Frolic, I was also surprised to see him that close.
Yeah.
But he ran a stout race. He was hung wide for a long, long way. He's trying to get across.
I think here at this stage, Mohawk is probably not changing the lead, and Mohawk went up further, or carried them even further.
Yeah, I mean, they're almost out to the outside rail.
Yeah, and allow Brilliant News
to get a lovely husbands with Tallahatchie Bridge finds a lovely seam. But by that time, It's a Gamble had set sail for home, and despite the urges of Tallahatchie Bridge, who closed stoutly, just ran out of real estate. But as he got to his flank, It's a Gamble switched leads again and went on. And it was a sign of a really, really good performance. You know?
Here comes the winning connection
and the winner.
Horse number 4.
being led back in. Go ahead, Lee.
In Texas, the WTA is coming to you. The inaugural ATS Open, March 2-5 on SportsMax, SportsMax 2, and the SportsMax app.
The World Baseball Classics is on your home of champions all season long. Catch all the action on SportsMax, SportsMax 2, SportsMax Plus, and the SportsMax app.
Join the growing number of scene subscribers and keep in touch with everything from the Caribbean, including the ISA schoolboy football season, exclusive from Jamaica. Call your cable operator and ask for Scene TV via Optimum in the Northeast US market and Bell & Rogers in Canada, or come straight to the source at www.scene.tv and pay $4.99 a month. Be at home away from home. Subscribe today.
Fear you're missing out? Don't miss another event with SportsMax. Enjoy full live content on our YouTube channel. Keep up to date with all things sports. Rewatch highlights of your favorite zone moments. Join our community and share in the passion of sports viewers everywhere. Like, comment, share, and subscribe to the SportsMax YouTube channel today.
Oi! Are you watching? You don't want to miss this. This game's too fast, too tough, and too big to ignore. There's nothing like League. And this is the Betfred Super League.
Out of the top 5, Derby County hope to start their trek back up the table.
Derby fired up and ready to go.
They play away to second place Plymouth, who are just 3 points off the top.
It flew past him, perfectly placed.
Plymouth, Derby County from Home Park. Watch this English League One showdown on Tuesday, 3 p.m. 4 ECT on SportsMax Plus.
Well, just let me give the complete order. Finishing second was number 5, Tallahatchie Bridge. A 4-year chestnut colt by Will Take Charge out of Should Be a Secret. Owned by Kenneth and Sarah Ramsey. Trained by Safi Joseph Jr. Ridden by Patrick Husbands. Finishing second. Third went to number 3. And this was So Suave. A 6-year-old bear horse by Make Believe out of Stylish One. Owned by Nelicia Kozia. Trained by John Mark Kozia. Antonio Bishop was the pilot of So Suave at 129 pounds. Fourth went to horse number 8, and that was Renaissance Frolic running a superb race. 8-year-old Bay Gellin by Partner out of by Painter out of Frolic Appeal, owned by Sir David C. Trained by Andrew Mills, ridden by Kyle Carter 129, and finishing 5th was horse number 6, and that was brilliant news. 4, 5, 3, and 8, the unofficial result for the Sandy Lane Barbados Gold Cup. 25 years of sponsorship by Sandy Lane Hotel, and effectively 40th Sandy Lane Barbados Gold Cup. And congratulations to the entire successful connections headed by Mark Goodrich, Chris Marshall, Rummer Perkins Lovell, and Jalon Samuel. And of course, let's not forget the groom who plays a wonderful part in this exercise, Roger Eiffel. So many congratulations to the successful partnership of the Sandy Lane Barbados Gold Cup. We'll have a presentation coming up. A presentation to be made by the General Manager of Sandy Lane, Mr. James Matthews. And he will present that glittering cup when he makes the presentation, the Sandy Lane Barbados Gold Cup. Looking downstairs, trainer Rummer Perkins Lovell in a ranging interview. And I've received the good news that the Sandy Lane Barbados Gold Cup is now official. The winner, horse number 4, It's a Gamble. Second, horse number 5, Tallahatchie Bridge. Third, horse number 3, So Suave. And finishing 4th was horse number 8, Renaissance Frolic. So 4, 5, 3, and 8. And we're gonna wait the presentation. Again, the interviews going on. Up next is the curtain event on what has been a fantastic, seamless day here at the Garrison Savannah. What a spectacle the Barbados Surf Club has put on. And we move on to Division B of the Green Monkey Trophy Handicap. For 3 years or older horses rated 40 to 22, by extension is open to horses rated 21 and below. They can give you the payments for the Gold Cup. As they just a reminder while we wait for the presentation that you can cash all your BTC bets before leaving the trap. You can cash your BTC bets before leaving the trap, especially those of you who play from the comfort of the handheld. So while we wait for the presentation party to arrive, 13 minutes to post time for the nightcap, Division B of the Green Monkey Trophy Handicap. So we're going to have the presentation of the Sandy Lane Barbados Gold Cup to be presented by the General Manager of Sandy Lane Hotel, Mr. James Matthews, to the winning connections, and what a fitting way for owner, Mr. Mark Goodrich, to celebrate 50 odd years in horse racing. We're also going to have in attendance President of Barbados, the Most Honorable Dame Sandra Mason, the General Manager of Sandy Lane Hotel, Mr. James Matthews, President of the Barbados Surf Club, Mr. Stephen Walcott, and joining him is Mr. Roy Batson, who also plays a critical role in racing here in Barbados. So, just waiting for the winning owners to make their way down as we look. They've stopped to get a couple photos. So Mark Goodrich, of course, Jelon Samuel will be joining the party, the entourage. So it's that time of the evening. We also have the Honorable Prime Minister of Barbados, Ms. Mia Amor Mortley. So ladies and gentlemen, on the grandest of occasions, the Prime Minister of Barbados, Ms. Mia Amor Mortley, the President of Barbados, Dame Sandra Mason, and they are going to be presenting the trophy along with Mr. James Matthews, who is the General Manager of Sandy Lane Hotel. So what a fitting way to conclude the 2023 edition of the Sandy Lane Barbados Gold Cup. A magnificent race it has been. 9 horses, a very, very competitive race. It went down to the wire. The 2 best horses on the day with the 2 best jockeys. And we're just going to wait on the presentation. So, Jelon Samuel, a 6-time champion jockey of the Gold Cup, gets a hug from Ms. Mia Amor Mortley, the Prime Minister. Shakes the hand of Mr. James Matthews, the General Manager of Sandy Lane. Also, Mr. Roy Batson was greeted with a shake hand. The President of Barbados, the Most Honorable Dame Sandra Mason. Mark Goodrich will do the same. And of course, he's a King's Counsel. So a fitting way. He only acquired this horse late. This page is for Trainer Romel Lovell. You are asked to report to the presentation area. Trainer Romel Lovell, you are asked to urgently report to the presentation area. So Trainer Romel Lovell, you're urgently requested in the presentation area. Most Honorable Mia Amor Mortley, the Prime Minister of Barbados, the President of Barbados, the Most Honorable Dame Sandra Mason, the General Manager of Sandy Lane Hotel, Mr. James Matthews, Club, Mr. Stephen Walker, Director of the Barbados Turf Club, Mr. Royal Batson, of course, Jalon Samuel, the winning jockey, for the 6th time in the 40-year history of this event. This is only his 13th ride. Fantastic record. Mr. Mark. And we look forward to another 25. So a big thank you to the 5 Diamond Hotel. And congratulations to the entire winning combination. It's a Gamble who landed the Gold Cup 2023. 40 years of the Gold Cup, 25 years of sponsorship by Sandy Lane Hotel. Once again, a big thank you to Mr. James Matthews, General Manager of Sandy Lane Hotel. A big thank you to the Most Honorable Prime Minister, Mr. Mia Moore Mortley, the Most Honorable President of Barbados, the Most Honorable Dame Sandra Mason, President of Barbados Turf Club, Mr. Stephen Walcott, Director of the Barbados Turf Club, Mr. Royal Batson, the winning owner, Mark Goodrich, winning trainer, Romel Lovell, and the winning jockey, Jalon Samuel. Of course, let's not forget the successful groom in Roger Eiffel, the groom of horse number 4, It's a Gamble. So, congratulations.
Fernandez finds a way to Garnacho. Christensen in the way, and Kessié blocks Fred, but it's in now from Anthony. 1, 2, 3 and in. It's happened again for Manchester United. Change is made, and a big difference made to the whole complexion of the game. They have been on it this second half, and now they have the lead. Bruno Fernandes with a lovely pass infield to Garnacho. 1 had a go, 2 had a go. What a finish that is from Anthony. Rashford out of the way, made the space, and the Brazilian found it. That's a gorgeous slot into the corner. Manchester United 2, Barcelona 1. And Erik ten Hag's Red Devils lead 4-3 in the tie overall.
You're watching highlights from Caymanas Park.
Welcome back to the Caymanas Park Highlight Show. In the second half of our presentation, we'll recap selected races from Sunday, February 26th. Let's begin with race number 5. This was a restricted maiden condition event for 4 years old and up. A quick sprint over a short distance of 900 meters. A field of 10 reduced to 9, with King Rick a late non-starter.
900 meters straight thereof. First start potential though, missed the start. On the far side, Without Remorse is running quickly in the early exchanges. English Anne is nearest to us. Also near the stand fence in the red sleeves, that's a Caveman Money Boy just in behind them. As Without Remorse is way over on the far side and right up with that lead. Wildfire is also showing speed along with Caveman. English Anne is nearest to us as they sort themselves out and make their way now racing